Welcome back to the BookFest Spring 2025. I'm Desiree Duffy, founder of the BookFest, and today we're going to shift our focus over to the writers. Those of you who turn ideas into words and build entire worlds and share truths through your storytelling, and you keep our imaginations alive and active. Now, whether you are plotting your very first novel or fine-tuning your author brand, perhaps you're somebody in the literary industry, or even if you're a reader who wants to get a sneak peek of what's going on behind the scenes, well, today is built to inform and inspire and empower you. We're going to begin the day with the keynote from Mark Leslie. He is the author of A Canadian Werewolf in New York, and he's going to remind us why writers matter, especially nowadays. And maybe he'll even remind us why our friends from Canada matter, because you really do. And the BookFest is all about coming together, sharing, and joining together in solidarity, because we are all stronger when we are united. And then we're going to dive into a full day of sessions that give you tools for your writing journey. Brandy June is going to be here on how to work with beta readers, an essential step for any author. Nick Thacker, presented by Draft to Digital, is going to talk about book covers, from design insights to the platform considerations to keep in mind. Candace Cade leads a session on building vibrant and complex story worlds, perfect for sci-fi, fantasy, any writer who's developing a rich setting in their stories. Amy Wolf is with us. She's going to be sharing strategies for direct sales, Kickstarter, Substack, and more, helping indie authors diversify their income streams. Beth Freely offers advice on prepping for developmental editing. Oh, demystifying what can be such a daunting process. Dale L. Roberts dives into Amazon keywords with us. That way you can boost your discoverability, along with the BookFest's very own David Duffy in that segment. Mary Venzel White discusses the pros and cons of working with an indie press, a timely conversation in today's publishing landscape. Denise Mullinex presents Website Wizardry and Social Media Sorcery, a guide to getting an online presence that actually works, presented by Geek Girl Publishing. Cameron Sutter from Plotter is going to show an incredible new software that they've developed that you get to see here on the BookFest. And through it, you can build an entire book Bible from your backlog. It's a jaw-dropping tool for developmental editors to use, or for authors who are looking to turn their universe into a full, comprehensive book Bible. Our good friend David Katz is with us as well from the Kauai Writers Conference. And he's going to get us geared up for one of the most amazing in real life writers conferences that authors can attend. We went last year and are definitely going back this year, because it is amazing. It's beautiful. And there's so many talented speakers there and authors doing master classes. You're going to find out all about it from David Katz and why you should pack your bags and join us in Kauai for the Kauai Writers Conference. Check out the full lineup on the programming page of the website. And you can also check out the speakers and the books pages for everybody who is involved with the BookFest. And you still have time. You can enter the writers giveaway, because the winner will be announced in the virtual gift bag at the very end of the day today. First place is a ticket to WriterCon in OKC. Second place receives a 1-hour consultation with Black Chateau. And third place gets a Plotter 1-year subscription. Now you can enter on the BookFest website. Winners are going to be revealed in that virtual gift bag, which you will also be signing up for as well on the BookFest website. And that's going to get delivered to your inbox at the end of today's festivities. And actually, it's delivered to your inbox at the end of every BookFest. The virtual gift bag has lots of goodies in it. There's conferences, discounts from our friend at Kauai and the WriterCon in OKC, as well as downloads from Relatable Voice magazine and also Indie Author magazine, with 2 different versions of the special BookFest issue. One is for readers and one is for writers. Plus, there's more goodies from our corporate bellwethers, such as the Muses Funhouse is in there, and Geek Girl Publishing, Book Award Pro, and so much more. Plus, info for National Library Week. We're drawn to the library for the Right to Read Day, which takes place Monday, April 7th. Yeah, that's tomorrow. You can get resources and find out what you can do to support the freedom to read, because it's been under attack for years now, actually, but there is something that you can do. You can help find out more from our allies at Unite Against Book Bans. So that's going to be in the virtual gift bag. You can also go visit their website, and you can find them in the virtual booth section of the website as well. Also there, you're going to be able to find our corporate bellwethers. A big thank you to all of the brands and organizations who help support the BookFest. This season's sponsors include Book Influencers, Draft to Digital Plotter, Books That Make You, The Muses Funhouse, Geek Girl Publishing, Book Award Pro, Kawaii Writers Conference, WriterCon, and the Author Magazine, Relatable Voice Magazine, LostCon, Bookshop Fundraising, and the Writers and Publishers Network. Please visit all of the virtual booths and consider supporting the brands that help make the BookFest possible. It's free to attend because of them. Also, a big thank you to all of the individual bellwethers, the cadre of folks who help judge the BookFest Awards. They volunteer, they support. We have new members of the individual bellwethers. Dr. Ray Mitchell and Hollis Joe McCullen join Brian Bosch, Rebecca Fox, Tina Hogan Grant, Hannah Jacobson, Deborah Colville, CJ Lopez, KJ Matthews, Lucia Montuanto, CD McKenna, Dr. Dominic McLaughlin, Mickey Mickelson, Donnelly Moulton, Stephanie Rabel, Amy Ravichandran, Flo Selfman, Bree Sweeter, Parshell Tashi, and Amy Wolf. Thank you all for being our individual bellwethers. All right, so now while you're kicking back and enjoying the BookFest, make sure you browse those book pages, get a jump start on your summer reading, join the chat. We're having a good time in there, and kick back, because right now it is time for Mark Leslie to remind us all why writers matter, especially now in day 2 of the BookFest Spring 2025.
I'm going to talk about something that is not only dear to my heart, but also essential in our ever-evolving world. The power, the responsibility, the privilege, and the crucial role that we have as writers. Now, one might argue that there are far more important roles that can bring tremendous benefit to the world. There's no arguing of the importance of functions that folks in the roles of doctors, nurses, medical professionals, researchers, scientists, etc. can bring. We need those who grow, cultivate, harvest, produce, and deliver food. Those responsible for the provision of safe and fresh water. The designers, the builders of the places where we live, the roads we travel, and the various means of transportation that, in addition to moving people, can also move the services and supplies we need. We benefit from those whose role is to protect and serve, those who educate and nurture. But what about the dreamers, the artists, the musicians, the storytellers? What about those whose very words and art can move, shape, and inspire the world? Perhaps inspire those who perform those aforementioned critical roles. The world needs you, dear writer, and perhaps now more than ever. Some people need stories to bring them to other places, other realities, other possibilities. Perhaps even fantasies that will allow them a reprieve from the blunt and frightening world they live in. Other people need books they can learn from or gain inspiration for their own endeavors, or even their own art. Consider how many times you were inspired to write because of something magnificent that you read, listened to, or watched. If your passion is to write, and if you are struggling right now with trying to be creative in a time when emotions run high and the very foundations of democracy seem as if they're being tortured and tested, I implore you to listen to the whispers of that muse, to engage in a poetic dance with that spirit of creation, and to keep writing. Because the world needs you, and the world needs your writing. Storytelling itself was born out of the innate desire to connect with other humans, to share, inspire, and ultimately forge connections between people. It all started, if you trace it back, to paintings on cave walls and even those human cave dwellers themselves huddled around the protective light and heat of a fire at the end of another long day, sharing oral tales of the remarkable hunt that led to the food that they had just cooked and ingested. Or maybe they relayed the story of how they came to discover the crevice in the rock where everyone was currently seeking shelter. It started off with those rudimentary wall paintings and oral stories passed along person to person, generation to generation. It was a beautifully intimate and magical event because, regardless of whether it was for teaching a skill or entertaining, it was ultimately about connection. But soon, another type of magic began to emerge: the written word. Someone could transcribe the words of the village's storyteller, and that scroll could be handed to someone and brought to another village where it could be read to a new audience. And as technologies emerged, papyrus, scrolls, Gutenberg's printing press, the mass market paperback, pulp fiction magazines, online bookstores, and ebooks, stories could suddenly be shared beyond a single village or heritage line. The same story could be transcribed and shared with multiple other communities around the globe. And with that explosion of a new industry, publishing, there was constantly a need for more and more storytellers and writers and book producers, all the people whose business it was and is ultimately to bring people together. And as accessibility to books has continued to expand, so too do opportunities for writers and storytellers. Now, more writers than ever in the history of publishing have access to easily accessible tools and can build a career in writing without having to wait for the blessing from some anonymous gatekeeper in London or New York. We live in an unprecedented era where access to tools, options, opportunities, and choice has never been greater. As writers, we have an extraordinary amount of control and power to exercise our most precious resources, our creativity, and the intellectual property that springs from it. However, with access to such power comes immense responsibility. In a world that often seems determined to sow divisiveness and conflict, your storytelling and your writing skills have never been more critical or more needed. Books and stories are at their core about connections, and you, the creative scribe, play a fundamental role in helping to create and bridge those connections. Throughout history, stories have been the thread that ties us together. Stories have the power to entertain, to educate, to inspire, and to heal. Through stories, we explore the vast range of human experience and emotion. We find common ground, empathy, and understanding. As writers, you have the unique ability to shape perspectives and influence thought. Your words can challenge the status quo, break down barriers, and foster a greater sense of unity, community, and support. In today's digital age, the reach of your words, your stories, is virtually limitless. With the click of just a few buttons, your writing can be shared globally, touching the lives of people you will most likely never meet. This is both a remarkable opportunity and a profound responsibility. The stories you tell can resonate across cultures and generations, leaving an indelible mark on the world. So, how do we, as writers, navigate this incredible power and responsibility? Here are a few guiding principles to consider. Authenticity. Be true to yourself and your voice. Authentic stories resonate deeply with readers. And readers can sense when a narrative is genuine, and they connect more profoundly with stories that come from an honest place. So write from your heart and let your unique perspective shine through. No, there are no new stories, But there are the stories that are uniquely yours to share. Embrace yourself, your perspective, your experience, and share those stories with passion. Empathy. We know that those who read fiction consistently demonstrate a higher degree of empathy, and the world needs more empathy. Cultivate empathy in your own writing. Seek to understand and portray the experiences of those characters you craft and write about with compassion and sensitivity. This not only enriches your stories, but also fosters greater understanding and connection among your readers. What better way to connect with someone else for them to see a little bit of themselves or someone they know and love in a character? Courage. Don't be afraid to tackle difficult or controversial topics. Don't be shy about sharing your stories, your struggles, your triumphs, your tragedies. Your stories have the potential to inspire deep thought, to spark important conversations, and to drive meaningful change. Approach these topics with courage and integrity, knowing that your words can make a difference. Because your words also subtly tell another person that they are not alone in whatever it is they're facing. And responsibility. Always be mindful of the impact that your stories may have. Avoid perpetuating harmful stereotypes, which can often come from what some writing craft teachers call that low-hanging fruit. Carefully consider the uniqueness of your characters instead of the one-dimensional way they might be painted, but only considered as a member of this or that group, or religion, or culture. Consider the messages in your stories. Do they have the potential to further divide, or are they filled with the possibility of the power that comes from uniting? As you embark on your writing journeys, remember that you are not just wordsmiths. You are ultimately architects of human connection. Your stories have the power to bridge divides, to heal wounds, and inspire the building of a better world. Embrace this responsibility with passion and purpose. In conclusion, I urge you to recognize and embrace the incredible power that you hold. Use your creativity and your voice to make a positive impact on the world. You matter. Your stories matter. You and your stories have the potential to change lives for the better and to shape the future. So go forth, write boldly and with passion, and contribute to a world filled with more empathy, more understanding, and more unity. I look forward to reading the incredible and imaginative worlds that you write and the magnificent other things that your writing inspires in our world. Thank you.
Hello, and welcome to the How to Work with Beta Readers seminar. So glad you can join us today at BookFest. So my name is Brandy June, and we're going to go over in kind of a broad view some of the things to look for when you are talking with beta readers, where to find them, why to use them, and some questions to ask them and so forth. So, all right, let's get started. All right. So as I mentioned, my name is Brandy June. I am the YA fantasy author of Goldspun and Curse Undone, a Rumpelstiltskin retelling duology, as well as I have an upcoming novel, which is Magic at the Grand Dragonfly Theater, which comes out this fall. So all three of these books are traditionally published, and for all three of them, I used beta readers. I also am actually working with beta readers right now on a new manuscript I'm working on, and will likely continue to always work with beta readers. I think they are just a really excellent tool in your writing. All right, so you've written a manuscript. Congratulations. Take a moment, pat yourself on the back. And what I suggest at this point is don't immediately jump to beta readers as soon as your first draft's done. What you're going to want to do is spend as much time as you can doing edits that you can do on your own. So polish it up basically to the point where you think the manuscript is at the best place possible. You don't want to send a beta reader a first draft you haven't even reread. You want to get a lot, you want to maximize the input that they're going to give you. So in order to do that, you want to give them at least the best polished version of your work. So I would say spend some time editing your manuscript. Once you're like, this is as great as I can do on my own, then it's a great time to start looking for beta readers. All right, so why even use beta readers? One, it gives you fresh eyes. So you've probably been spending months or even years working on this manuscript. So that means you're going to be really, really close to the text. You're really very involved in it. You know everything. You've seen it probably several hundred times. At least I know I have by the time I finished editing my books. And so sometimes it's hard to take that step back to get kind of that wider view. And really, you're never going to be able to get a first impression of your book. You're too close to it. So one of the great things about beta readers is they can give you a first impression of your book. They can tell you what it was like to read your book for the first time. Because generally speaking, readers are going to be reading your book for the first time. So they help give you kind of that new set of eyes, and maybe they thought of some things that you haven't thought of, or that you've been so close to the text you haven't been able to tell. Another thing that I love about beta readers is if I think something's funny in my manuscript, maybe by the 14th time that I've reread a scene, it doesn't feel as funny and fresh anymore to me, but it might feel that way to someone who's reading it for the first time. Same point, something where I've already worked out a certain problem in my head. I know how it should flow. Beta readers can tell me if that's actually how it worked for them, or maybe it didn't. Another thing with beta readers that I really like is having multiple insights. So I suggest working with a couple of different beta readers, not a bunch. You don't want to reach out to 50 beta readers. But if you have a couple, that's often helpful because books are subjective. So beta readers are going to give you their opinions. And I generally like to listen to all the opinions, but I won't necessarily make a change if it's just one person's opinion. I'll give it some weight. I'll think about it. Maybe I'll make a change. Maybe I won't. But say you have 3 people who all come back to you with the same problem, then that adds some extra weight for me as maybe, oh, okay, maybe this scene really wasn't this clear if multiple people don't understand what's going on. So beta readers are really excellent for that as well. And that's another reason I like to reach out to a couple different beta readers to kind of get, and then kind of combine all the feedback together and weight it accordingly. All right, so let's talk about some places to find beta readers. I highly recommend reaching out to critique groups. I highly recommend being part of critique groups. And with the, post-digital age, a lot of critique groups can be either in person or online. A nice thing with critique groups is usually there can be a back and forth. So you can partner with someone and you will beta read for them. They will be beta read for you, which 1 gives you a beta reader, which is great. And 2, the act of beta reading for someone else and critiquing other people's work, providing constructive feedback also makes you a better writer. I know as I worked with more and more critique groups, I also began to read more critically, which made me write more critically. So it's not just about getting your one book, getting feedback on that, but also giving feedback is going to make you a better writer. And as you work with these critique groups, you can also build your writing community, build your writing network, which I also always highly recommend authors to do. And there are a lot of different genre groups, RWA writers, Romance Writers of America, SCBWI, the Society of Children's Book Writer and Illustrators, MWA is the Mystery Writers Association. Really, there's a ton of different genres of national writing groups, and a lot of them have local chapters that may have critique groups. Your critique group can also be something really informal. I personally have some writers, friends of mine, who we all just get together once a week at a mall food court and we do some writing. And so that's some place that I've actually found a lot of my really great beta readers. Some other places is, fellow readers. You want your beta readers to be readers and interested in your genre. You don't want a beta reader who hates your genre. So, for example, if you write horror, you don't want your beta reader to be someone who absolutely hates horror. They're not going to give you great feedback if that's the case. So, think about your social media groups. Are you part of any groups for specific genres that you really love? Oftentimes, the stuff you love to read is the stuff you love to write. So, online groups are one way to do it. Book events. I personally go to various book signings for authors whose genre I also write in, whose books I enjoy. And in that case, making friends with some of the other readers at those events, can be your future beta readers. And if nothing else, also it's building up that writing community. So those are some places to find beta readers. Okay, now what to ask beta readers? You're going to want to ask them big picture questions. For example, how was the plot pacing? Were there places the story dragged, or were there places you just couldn't put it down? What about the character relationships? Were the characters compelling? Were they believable? Did you believe the relationship between two characters? You're not going to want to be asking granular questions. You don't want to treat your beta readers like an editor, because they are not your editor. They are your beta readers. So basically think big picture questions, structural questions, plot, character relationship, pacing. Those are the kind of questions you want to ask them. I've also listed here Jamie Gould's beta reader worksheet. And this is a great questionnaire worksheet that I send to a lot of my beta readers. And I let them know you can answer some of the questions or all of the questions, but it's a good jumping off point. And it's just several pages of really great beta reader questions. So those are kind of the questions that you want to be asking when you reach out to your beta readers. And then finally, just going to take a few more moments to discuss some of the best practices. So first and foremost, be grateful. Be grateful, be gracious. Most often beta readers are donating their time to read your book, to provide you feedback. This often isn't a paid service. Not that it isn't always, but more often than not, people are volunteering their time. So you want to be gracious about that. A lot of times, if I have a beta reader who is someone who's local, I'll ask if they want to meet up for coffee or a meal that I'll pay for while we discuss their feedback on my manuscript, which is also great because then there's a chance for me to ask follow-up questions. But really, it's, I kind of go off of whatever format works best for them. If it's a phone call, if it's a meeting, if it's a letter with their feedback. Also, don't rush them. I try to give my beta readers at least 2 months. And, understanding that they can't drop everything to immediately read this. So try to give them plenty of time. And then, as I kind of mentioned earlier for the questions, don't ask for editing. Don't treat them like an editor. You're not paying them to be an editor. Plus, you're going to be wanting to make some of these big picture changes before you go into kind of the more granular editing. I will say some of my beta readers want to go above and beyond. They want to provide that editorial feedback. They want to let me know if they see grammar or spelling errors. And if they do, great. I'm never going to say no to that. I'm going to be thankful for it. But at the same time, I definitely don't require it. I don't ask for it. And then finally, if your beta reader is also a writer, think about being reciprocal. A lot of times it'll be kind of a swap. I beta read for you, you beta read for me. So that way, it's kind of a mutually beneficial relationship. So here are kind of at a high level, some tips and tricks about finding and working with beta readers. So I hope you've found that helpful. Once again, my name is Brandy June, and this has been How to Work with Beta Readers.
Welcome in. My name is Nick Thacker. I am the Vice President of Draft to Digital. My department is called Author Success. And one of the things that I have been deep diving in for the past, 2 years almost, is book covers. We'll talk about book cover design and positioning. And the whole reason for this is as an author, you need to at least understand how book covers work in order to position them. It's a marketing term, right? Position them to a market, to a reader who might want to then buy your book and hopefully read it. One of the reasons I'm talking about this is, as I said, I'm with Draft to Digital, and one of the projects I've been working on for the past year has been building a book covers platform, so a marketplace for authors and artists to connect with one another. We're just about ready to launch that. It's been an incredible amount of work, but it's also going to be an incredible place to find pre-made book covers, and we'll talk a little bit about that toward the end. But this presentation is all about you as an author, not a designer necessarily, being able to understand what goes into a good book cover. Now, I know that's very subjective, and so I want to try to make some of this a little bit easier to understand, a little bit easier to work with the designer if that's what you're doing, or at least be able to identify what goes best on a book cover so that you are equipped with the knowledge to be able to say this is a good fit for what I'm writing or what I'm trying to sell. Okay, so that's what we're going to talk about in this presentation. We'll jump in, and just by way of introduction here, as I mentioned, work for Draft to Digital, but I also write books. I kind of came into this whole thing as an author. So I've got 40-something, it's actually 50-something now, books out. And I've been doing this for over a decade. I've been writing for over a decade and publishing, marketing my books for over a decade as well. I came into this, before I was a writer, I came into this whole thing as a marketing guy, which is part of the reason that I'm doing what I do now. But kind of to give you some example of how that has looked over the years, I've built things for authors. I've built something called Author Email, which is owned by Draft to Digital. It's an email marketing platform. I run Book Career in a Year, which is just where all my nonfiction stuff lives, blogging, things like that. And then, of course, the one I'm talking about a little bit today, obviously this isn't a sales pitch. It's more of just to mention that this is where my expertise comes from in this area, is called bookcovers.com. Pre-made book covers, modified book cover designs, if back cover, spine, full wrap, all that. And there are over 60,000 covers there that we will be selling on behalf of artists who upload them. So anyway, enough about me. Let's get into the fun stuff here. Why do book covers matter? Well, that's a good question. Here's what I like to say. A book cover on a book can only lose the sale. Okay, what that means is it's not going to make the sale, or in other words, no one's going to buy it just because of your book cover. Okay, I hope that makes sense. It only has the opportunity to lose you a sale. I know it sounds very negative, but the truth is your cover isn't going to generate sales. All it's going to do, the only purpose for a book cover is, one, to get people to click through wherever they are. If it's Amazon or Kobo or whatever store they're seeing it on your website, it's to get them to click through onto the cover and read the description, the blurb, the reviews, the ratings for your book, see the price, all that stuff we call the book package. So the stuff that ends up on that sales page, the cover is just meant to get them to come through to read that stuff, to actually get the sale. Or it will cause readers to click away and check out something else. So again, a cover can only potentially lose a sale. And I say it in kind of that negative connotation to remind you that this isn't supposed to be a piece of art. It can be artistic and it can feature art, but it isn't, your kid's painting because your kid is a great artist and you want to put that on your book cover. That is beautiful, but that's not necessarily going to do what you want it to do, which is sell the book. Okay? And so, again, it's not alone going to sell the book, but it's part of the process. It's part of the sales process of this book package. And so we want a cover that can just do the bare minimum of making people not click away. And I know we'll get into this a little bit deeper, but suffice to say, you want to make sure people are going to click on it and know that they're in the right place, first of all, that this is the right genre, and that their expectations are going to be met if they buy this and read this book. What you don't want is for them to go, oh, I clicked this because it was a cool art project for a kid. I thought this book was about art projects for kids. They get over to your sales page and they realize, oh, it's a thriller. Well, that's not what I want, right? They're going to click away. So there are some key elements on a book cover, obviously, and we're going to talk about these, okay? Real quickly, and we'll get into these. This quote is really, I think, helpful. It's David Linhart. If people don't notice your cover or don't connect with it, the author of the book next to yours will be very grateful. Now, it's a little tongue-in-cheek, it's not exactly, this isn't science, right? This is just saying you want your cover to stand out, you want your cover to look good, but at the same time, it has to have some kind of connection, or all the other covers on the page are going to be where that reader, that buyer, potential buyer, travels. So another way to look at this is, I just said the only thing your book cover can do is potentially lose the sale. So that connection we're talking about in this quote is the connection of the reader going, oh, this is actually the kind of book that I want to read. This is the expectation that I had. Let me click this and verify that with the description and the blurb and this, everything else that's on that sales page. Okay, so there's key elements to this. There's key things that we want to focus on. The three things that we're going to kind of look at today are the typography. This is very obvious, right? This is the title, the author name. If you want to put something like I do in my books, it says a thriller, so people know it's a thriller. Hopefully they know by the design itself. But that's just something else you can add. That's typography. Or if it's in a series, or you have a subtitle, a blank 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 historical romance or whatever it is. This is all part of typography. Literally the letters, the words that are on your cover. You've got the design. That's the next most important element. It was kind of hard to rank these, and so they're all equally important, I guess. If you get one really wrong, the rest won't save it, in other words. But I do think the typography is the most important thing. You can't have a book cover without any words on it, or it won't be a book cover. So the design is the next most important thing. And this is kind of related to the typography because typography can be styled. The font you choose, the typeface you choose has a style. Does it have, kind of a lift like a shadow? Does it have an outer glow? Is it bold? Is it, underlined? So that's the typography, of course, but it's also in this design realm, right, for a key element. So the font styles matter. Of course, the imagery that we use on the cover is probably the primary component of the overall design of a book cover. So what images are you using? Most of the time you want the images, or imagery, I should say, the combination of images or just one, should reflect the genre and the style of the book that you've written. It should also potentially reflect something in the book. So if you have, sword and sorcery, you probably want a dragon or a sword, or some kind of sorcery, but maybe not all of those things, right? This is where a lot of authors who aren't designers get hung up. Simple is good. Simple is sometimes better than complex. You can get away with more complex illustrated covers that feature all sorts of stuff in high fantasy, for example. But in thrillers, often you want one primary focal point, so a person. In my genre, action adventure, it's the guy running away with the gun in his hand or not. That's it, though. And then there's, you put him somewhere, you put him in a setting, but that's it. In psychological thrillers or women's fiction, sometimes you'll see a woman on the cover, a silhouette of a woman or something like that, but usually that's it. Just because a stopwatch plays a big role in your book doesn't mean there has to be a stopwatch on the cover. Now, if that's the only element, then that might work. But if you start trying to stack, there's a stopwatch. There's also Chekhov's gun shows up in chapter 1. And there's also, there's two main characters, so I got to have the guy and the girl on the cover. But she's kind of, kind of a split personality, so there's really three people. All of a sudden, you get this cover that's just so convoluted that we, the reader, the potential buyer, can't understand the core premise of what your book is or what it's about. It starts to get lost. It gets muddy in the genre. And then what happens? That book cover starts to lose the sale. People click or they don't click because they think, I don't even know what this is about. It says it's fantasy in the fantasy genre, but gosh, there's a stopwatch. I don't even know what I'm looking at. And then the other problem with being too complex and convoluted, of course, is, and we'll talk about this a little bit as well, your cover is going to appear in a very small format, a thumbnail-sized image. Sometimes even on a mobile phone, which is thumbnail is even smaller. And, if your readers are like mine, a lot of them can't see very well. So they're going to be clicking and trying to zoom and seeing what's on and they won't be able to do it, and the cover will lose the sale. Finally, the last key element here for a book cover design is the overall feel. And this is where it gets real squishy, right? This is where it gets real hard to define and nebulous. But suffice to say, designers are thinking in terms of overall feel, and that's why we pay them the big bucks to design our book. Their job is this overall feel is genre positioning. So this is where a great book cover designer specifically, not just an artist, but a book cover designer will know, oh, you're writing this genre. Okay, I know what that means, and I know how to translate that onto the overall feel of this cover. And then the composition, which we will talk about as well. So all three of these things are equally important to an extent. Really the typography and design, you got to get well. And then the overall feel is where your cover can be sort of elevated from a more amateur or even consumer professional level to a real high-end pro book cover design. And again, we're not going for the most artistic and the most unique cover that stands out, because standing out on a page of 100 other covers is not necessarily a good thing. You want to make sure that your reader sees it and goes, oh, the overall feel of this matches what I'm trying to read next. So I want to read an action-adventure thriller like Indiana Jones. Gosh, if there's a swashbuckling pirate that's kind of stylized and illustrated on the front cover, man, I'm in, because that's exactly the expectation I have. Okay, so I do want to dig into the overall feel and in this genre idea a little bit, because, again, I'm talking to you as an author, not necessarily a designer. Now, some authors are designers. I was trained as a graphic designer, and I can do that. But most authors aren't able to see the overall feel of it. That doesn't mean anything to them. And so I want to dig into that just a little bit more to try to give you some clarity on how to understand some of these genre conventions, right? Or what I'm talking about, I should say, when I say understanding genre conventions. Okay? So these are just three examples up here. You can see historical romance there, but really what we're going for is to sort of average out all of the book covers in a particular genre or sub-genre. If you're talking Amazon and how granular their categories go, that's good. Go find the one that yours is going to be in. These are all kind of top-level categories, but we all know that within thriller, there's 100 or more different gradations of thriller. Same thing with fantasy, high fantasy. Same thing with historical romance even. It itself is a subset of romance. And so these are kind of high level, but what you want to do is do the same thing for the sub genre, the very specific niche that you're selling your book in or hoping to. And just, this doesn't have to be a scientific process, but just go through and really look at what are the conventions, what are the things that authors and their designers are doing in this particular subgenre, right? So again, an example up here, historical romance, a lot of times, this is not every time, this is not 100% of the time, and these are trends and they may change, but right now what I'm seeing is a lot of softer colors, right? Or at least not contrasting colors as much. And if they are contrasting, they're generally softer, so like pastels or something maybe. Period piece dress, you want to reflect that this is historical romance right there on the cover. So whatever your subject is, if it's a woman scorned, she's got her hand above on her forehead, but she's wearing this beautiful 1800s dress or whatever the time period is, that's what you'll often see in that genre. For thrillers, this is my expertise. This is my land, my realm. I mentioned already, you see dude running. I like to say dude running. Sometimes it's a female, sometimes it's a kid, but it's somebody running away or running toward the camera. These dark, moody colors, contrast is often found here. Black on white, white on black, orange on blue sometimes, if you want to get colorful. But there's a little bit more of a kind of a darker moodiness to it. Now, again, this is a very high level thriller genre, right? If you talk action adventure, which is really where I land, the dark moodiness stuff sometimes doesn't show up. A lot of times it's more of an action, more of an adventure, kind of a fun romp, maybe a pulpiness to it. And these are words you can literally use to define that, especially if you're working if you decide to go with a graphic designer for your cover, or I should say cover designer. You can literally hand off these words to them and say, I noticed that all 100 of these in this exact category seem to be pulpy or rompy, or they have kind of a irreverent undertone, whatever it is. You're using subjectivity to define something that's not objective, right? That's the whole point. So it's difficult, but this exercise is very, very helpful. Even if you are trying to design it yourself or go onto a marketplace to try to find a pre-made cover, for example, these would be things that you'd want to do ahead of time so that this is what I want. This is what I'm looking for. Then lastly, something like fantasy, magical landscapes. Obviously, fantasy is all world building, right? So build the world on the cover. Have the cover reflect, is this taking place on like a Mars-like planet, Well, let's make it red. Let's have some dust in the air, looking for things like that. Vibrant colors a lot of times show up in these fantasy genres. Not all the time, and I know I'm being very, generic with all this, but the point is, you want to get close to this because this is how you're going to identify the genre convention that your book cover will eventually be, representing. How do you do this? Well, it's very simple. You just go browse the bookstore or the online store that you're going to be selling in or that you want your book to show up in. So if you're on Amazon, you go to Amazon, you click Kindle or you click, the ebooks, whatever, or just even books, and go drill down into the categories that you are going to appear in, hopefully the top 100, right? And then you find these covers. You'll see a list of the top 100, and you can go down even further than that if you want. But find out what these covers look like. Focus on the mood, the characters. Like I said, if there's a person or people on the cover, or if there's not, that's an important thing to note as well. If there's a genre of thriller that doesn't have, that just has a symbol on it, I'll show you one of mine does this on the next slide. Then you need to know that. You need to know that, okay, we're not really doing characters right now. Whatever. Look at the color schemes. Look at the typography. Is it blocky? Where does the title show up a lot of times? Is it on the bottom with the author name up top, or is it reversed, or is it in the middle? And then do this regularly, right? So as you build your author career, you're not doing this one time. You're doing this for every book, and maybe even going back into your backlist and redoing those covers, which I've done more times than I can count. Both because things change in the market, the trends change, these conventions do change slowly over time usually, but they do change. And because I thought what was good back then, I just look at it again and it just looks old, right? And so it needs a refresh every now and then. There's nothing wrong with that. So I mentioned we'll look at one of mine. I'll take my face off of here. This is probably my best-selling book. It's called The Enigma Strain. Again, I'm not saying go buy it. I'm just going to use it as an example because there's some, I want to use my own stuff as an example because if there's something we don't like, then I don't want to make fun of someone else's cover. But I do think this cover does what's on the tin. It tells you what's inside, right? You can immediately see there's some kind of symbol. Oh, that's the biohazard symbol. Okay, well, it's probably going to have some kind of virus in the book. Check. Yes, it does. You can tell it's, usually people who read a lot can tell it's a thriller, right? This doesn't look like fantasy. This certainly doesn't look like romance. So it would be bad if it was a romance book because this would be a cover that doesn't match the expectation the reader has going into it. And therefore, I would only potentially lose the sale. Does that make sense? So looking at some of the composition and layout, this is what I was talking about before. This is the other component of that overall feel, that more nebulous category. But there's really three things you want to take note of here when you're looking for a cover, and that's the grouping. So what do the covers in your genre do to group things? So you can literally look and say, okay, well, I've got kind of three different groups here. I've got the title, which is The Enigma Strain, and then it says a thriller. That's all part of the title block, I would say. And then on the top, you've got the author name, and that includes USA Today bestselling author. That's all part of the author name block. And then there's obviously very clearly one single symbol or one single focal point, and that's that biohazard symbol. Now, it's been stylized by Dave, my designer, with some kind of like lava and things like that, which does actually show up in the book. So that's good. I decided, hey, that's a great fit. But it's not too busy. It's not an extra element. It's not saying, hey, this book is here's a volcano, and then the side of the volcano has a biohazard symbol on it, and then there's birds flying over because there's birds in the book. I just wanted to keep it very simple. Dave did a great job. I actually didn't tell him what to do. He just came up with this and said, well, this is what people are doing in the genre. Because he's a professional, and he knows what's happening in all of these genres. He does this all day. The second thing to look at here is the structure. So I kind of mentioned this already, but we really only want to use just enough on here to give the reader the impression of the story. And that's a really important word. We don't want to tell them the entire story. When I was a marketing guy, I was working for a company selling websites and branding and marketing packages to churches specifically. It was kind of a Christian marketing company. It was weird. Anyway, and more often than not, there's a church that we'd work with that would base their decisions on a committee decision experience, right? Which is a whole fun experience. And one of these churches decided, they had a committee of about 9 people, and they decided that every person on the committee should get a vote. Well, that's fine, right? That's how committees are supposed to work. But in their terms, vote meant each of them got to choose an element to go into their logo. I'm not talking about their website. I'm talking about just the logo. So you have a senior pastor man who wants a lighthouse. Okay, cool. It's called Lighthouse Church. So great. Cool. Well, that makes sense. And then someone down the line said, "Well, I really like doves, so we should have some doves." Okay, I can put a couple doves on the top of the one, swimming, flying around the lighthouse. And then we go on down the road. Somebody else wants some rocks with some waves crashing onto the side. So how do we stylize waves in logo format? It has to be vector image that can be it just gets crazy. You get where I'm going with this. By the end of the call, we had 9 different distinct elements that we had to cram into one logo, or they weren't going to pay us to build a logo. We didn't get the job. The pushback, of course, we had was, guys, this is way too much junk on the cover. On the logo, you can't have all that stuff. The point of this story, of course, is that's true here with book covers as well. When you shrink this thing down to, you can do it right now. You're watching this, just scoot back and look at the screen from far away. You can still sort of see what's going on if you've got decent eyesight. And you can probably even tell that this kind of looks like a thriller, right? That's the point. So we only want to use enough stuff on the cover to give the people an impression of the story inside. The impression you get here is maybe lava, biohazard, thriller, right? That's it. And that's literally the story. But I'm not worried about telling you who the main character is or are and who the antagonists are. Don't worry about that, right? We want to just do enough to give them an impression. And then finally, have a central focal point. Circling it here with the mouse, you can see that the central idea, and it, by the way, doesn't have to be in the actual center. Okay, when we say things like center or focal point, it really just means focal point. Where do our eyes go? Rule of thirds comes into play here, right? And I've got that on the next slide we can look at. So when we say center, we rarely actually mean as a designer I guess if we say center, it means the middle. But when we're talking focal point, it really just is central point. That doesn't have to be the center. Okay, I'm belaboring. You guys understand that. So let's look at some practical tips here for strong composition. I say strong because, again, even if you're writing, soft, light, airy fiction, however you want to define it, you want your cover to be strong. You want your cover to be, boom, this is exactly what you want, reader. This is the perfect book for you. This is the thing that, you need to read next, right? So strong composition is really just good composition, okay? So I mentioned the rule of thirds. You can see that reflected here, another cover of mine. You can see the thumbnail size. Looks pretty good. We can kind of see there's a boat. Maybe it's on the water. There's some light. Was that lightning in the background? Oh, cool. It must be a thriller. Dave did this one as well, and he did a bang-up job on it. I love this cover. I think it just really reflects exactly what the book is about. Anyone want to take a guess? Yeah, it's a cruise ship that bad things happen on. And so I like to call this book Die Hard on a Cruise Ship. That's exactly kind of the way it reads. There's a lot of visual hierarchy here, too. You can see I put this, you probably can't read it, but it put this like medallion emblem kind of thing on the front of it. I wanted to make it look kind of like it was an award or that it had been stamped with some seal of approval from an author that I respect and look up to, a friend of mine named Jay Falconer. And all he did was write the intro, or the what's it called, the prologue, not the prologue. You know what I'm trying to say, the pre-note. I can't even remember what it's called. Stumbling over my words this morning. You know what I'm trying to say. The intro to the book he wrote, and he asked if he could do that because he loved it, and I was like, hey, great, I'll put it on kind of a medallion, literally on the top of the whole book. So on the cover design itself, the very top layer is this kind of medallion, is this symbol, and so this is an idea of visual hierarchy. So the very background is the lightning, the storm behind the title. The title itself, you might be able to see in here that it is behind the top of the ship here. And then the front, we got some waves and just some chaos going on, and then of course the title itself is on top of all that, and the author name. So visual hierarchy, this is really important. There's no reason you have to split these things up. There's no reason you have to have the lightning separate from the words. It doesn't have to go around the sea or anything. It can literally be on top of that. And a good designer, or if you've got enough skill to use something like Canva, or you know what you're doing in a platform like the one we're building, you can put a little lift. That's just this drop shadow that's beneath these words, these letters. And you can see that it does exactly that. It lifts it to give more visual hierarchy. So that's not very hard to do at all. And because Dave's a great designer, he also did this with the color. You'll notice the orange, the cool kind of sunset glow back here is only behind, it's only on the open white space of the image. It's not behind the actual text, because when we tried it, if we put the sunburst all the way around here, you start to lose some of the text here. So that's really good composition. That's really good kind of, and triangles always look good, because they kind of can be juxtaposed. That's a whole different thing. Anyway, use of negative space. I mentioned that that's kind of where, the lightning kind of goes behind the ship and everything's sort of stacked that way. And testing at thumbnail size. I already mentioned that as well, but that's crucial. You got to make sure this thing looks good at not every single size. If it's the size of an actual literal thumbnail, it's going to be hard to read. But thumbnail size means just when people are looking at it on Amazon or wherever store they're buying from, or your website, does it actually appear to be a book cover, and maybe have some of the color schemes or the compositional elements that they might expect. Hope this is making sense so far. Okay, so here's the question that I believe you should be asking. Is this cover design close enough? Now, I kind of am talking around this idea that we started with, which is the cover can only potentially lose the sale. And so you're not trying to make the cover design fit every single thing that's in the story. Your book is obviously, 100,000 words long, whatever it is, 50,000 words, 150,000 words. There's a lot in there, and there's certainly a lot more than you can hope to smash onto a book cover. So you're not trying to get to be perfect. You're trying to just get close enough. Now, this is a concept that I've kind of worked up over the years as I've been doing my own covers and had Dave do them. And the way to answer this question is like this. You want to answer the concept of, is this cover close enough, by catching the essence, first of all, of the story. Does this cover capture the essence of what's happening inside? Does this fit the promise of the premise? If the cover is giving you a premise, or the promise of a premise, does it actually reflect what's inside, the actual premise of the book? Second, accuracy. So does this cover accurately convey what's inside without sacrificing practicality? So that cruise ship one, that's not the exact cruise ship that's in the book, but it's a cruise ship. And that happened to be the stock photo that worked the best, right? The angle of the ship kind of on the cover, and he rotated a little bit, but that was really the only or the best image that we found. A lot of them that were great were actually much smaller. They kind of they were like yachts, like little, dinky yachts. Maybe not dinky, but they were smaller than a cruise ship. So they didn't work, right? Now, accuracy is important because we don't have to have the exact cruise ship that's in the book. The readers aren't going to care about that, but it probably should be a cruise ship. Does that make sense? The cover needs to accurately convey what's inside. At the same time, we cannot sacrifice practicality by putting, a yacht that's just a whole different kind of, then now it feels like a tropical thriller, right? Which is really decidedly not what this book is. That's a whole different genre. And then finally, the third thing for close enough, this concept of close enough, is fit. Can I use this cover right now, or do I need to make some changes to it? So that's really important. When I'm writing books, I write fast. I dictate everything, so my words come out quickly, and I publish fast. I've got a whole process. What I don't want to do is be bogged down by just choices of cover design. Now, these days, I'm working with Dave, is his name, a professional designer, and I love working with him, probably always will. But if I'm, in a crunch, or he's out of town or whatever, and I need to find a book cover, I'm going to go look at a pre-made book cover marketplace. Usually those are more affordable, right? We don't have to have a custom thing done. And I'm going to find a cover that is something I can use right now with very, very minor changes, if any, right? Because what I don't want to do is, hey, reach out to the cover designer. Can you change this little thing? The cruise ship isn't the right cruise ship. Can you use this plane instead of this plane? Can you change your dress to pink instead of red? Things like that. I'm going to go ahead and just use the cover as is. If it's a close enough fit. Again, we're not going for perfect. We're going for close enough. So let's talk real quickly also about positioning. Okay, and then of course series. It's kind of a part of this, I guess. The first step here is the marketplace. So you're looking at a cover. You want a cover that fits in your genre, but isn't too unique or too obvious, I guess is maybe the word, maybe not the right word, but too unique. What I'm saying here is that the marketplace you're in matters. Now, because books are sold on multiple platforms and you only want to design one cover, I don't recommend necessarily changing, your cover for Amazon, having a different cover for Kobo, having a different cover for your website. What I'm more talking about is, recognizing that your cover needs to fit the genre and almost kind of hide in the genre. And this is kind of, not something a lot of authors consider, or they might consider the opposite. They might think the opposite. They might think, oh well, I want my cover to stand out. I want that beautiful illustration my kid drew or painted or whatever, because it's so good. Well, yeah, it's going to stand out. It's going to be unique, and probably not in a good way. People may not dislike the artwork, but they're not going to go there and buy it as a book, right? It doesn't fit the marketplace. Another thing to consider with this marketplace idea and positioning is different countries have different genre expectations and conventions. And so if you are selling in or planning to sell in, another large book consuming population like, the UK, for example, and you write in a genre like thriller is a good example, they don't often look exactly the same as their American counterparts. Traditional publishers do this all the time. They will literally produce a trade paperback version or hardback version in the United States and have the exact same book with a different cover for the European marketplace or the UK marketplace or wherever it's going to be. Not as important to me. I do sell in the UK, but I'm not going to spend a lot of money and time and energy, resources, all that, on making sure that that these covers are a perfect match for every marketplace I'm in. I don't really care. It's not a big deal. We're indies. We can pivot quickly. That's part of the reason we're not doing massive print runs where we have to get it right the first time because there's 100,000 copies being shipped overseas. So I wouldn't worry too much about it, but I do want to mention it because there are a lot of people, a lot of romance friends of mine, romance writer friends of mine, are killing it in these other countries, and sometimes even more than the United States. And of course, we live in a world, a society where there's no reason we can't sell in all these different places. And so they're thinking about that. They're going, well, what does, the romance crowd in Australia look like? What do these books look like? What do the covers use as conventions? And that may be a little bit different than the American or the Spanish or the German market, wherever you are. And so do consider that. And this is important if, more important even if you're in one of the countries that's not US or not UK. Those are the two kind of biggest ones. Then, Canada, Australia kind of follow. And it depends. Spain, Germany, those are huge markets as well. If you're in one of those countries trying to sell your book as that's your primary kind of residence country, you may design for that specific country first and then realize, oh, America, the US, Canada, whatever, they've got some different conventions that I may want to design a different cover for that reason. Okay. Anyway, we'll move on. Just kind of something to think about with marketplace here. Branding is important. Okay. So all of your cover designs, again, you're a professional author, you're a career author. You're not doing this one time. Please don't tell me you're doing this one time. You love to write more books. That's the best marketing strategy you're ever going to find. Anyway, so when you do this a bunch, branding is really going to become more and more important the more you do it. Seek to create a brand with your cover images and typography. And a brand meaning a visual identity. So something that says this is author blank, blank, blank. This is author Nick Thacker. You'll notice on the previous covers that I showed you, and I'll show you a bunch next to each other on the next page, they don't all look exactly the same. The typography is different, but I usually try to keep the typography the same within a series. And the author name is often the same because that's the brand. That's the kind of the logo that I've chosen for myself. It's just USA Today bestselling author and then Nick Thacker a little bit bigger and bolder. That's my personal brand. So come up with one and, don't change it too much. Make sure it's good when you start. If you do want to work with a designer, this is an area where you'll get a lot of bang for your buck. Say, hey, I'm looking for something I can use basically forever. It's not as easy to relaunch a brand because then you have to go back and redo all these book covers. So try to get it right. Try to think through what you want that to look like and how that can be easily placed on top of any marketing material that you're going to come out with, including book covers, and then roll with it. Keep it going. Finally, series. I mentioned this a little bit already, but if you're in series, ensure that your cover borrows those same stylistic elements as your other books in series. And I'll show you what this looks like on the next page here. Right here. So you can see these are thumbnail size. So, hey, look, we've got to win that game. But you'll see that Nick Thacker, they move it. Well, that one's different because that's another pen name. It's me. I use my real name, but then Thacker and Barons, that's my book cover designer, Dave. He's also an author. So we wrote a series together and we decided, let's come up with kind of our own little brand for this because it's a series and we're going to keep going with this. This one uses, obviously, my brand, my logo. But each of these is a different series, right? So this Caribbean Affair is book one, and the Jack, so I don't even know his name. whatever. Harvey Bennett series over here, Luke Preston. This is the Earth Uncovered reality series, TV show, action adventure thriller. A little bit long. We'll have to workshop that. And then Mark for Blood, that's the Mason Dixon, kind of tongue-in-cheek, humorous crime thriller series. All of these are different series, but all of them are the same brand because I'm the guy writing them, except for this one, right? So try this out. Here's the practical exercise. Choose a genre. Hopefully you've already done that because you're an author and you already know what genre you're in. I love this. Create a mood board. I don't have a visual of this because it's on my computer. But people like to do this in real life, in meat space, right? Just literally go grab images, print them out, pull them out of magazines, stick them up on a board, and create a mood board of what your design aesthetic is going to be for your books, for your series, or for your cover. And then identify some key elements there. So if you're literally printing out other book covers, start noticing what the elements are that show up. You can literally do this with the ones I've given you here. And I promise I didn't even hand pick these. I just stuck them up here because they were the first in series of some of my series. So here, one element, it's a cruise ship. One element, biohazard symbol. One element, dude running or dude walking. One element, there's a plane, obviously kind of tilted, and he's pretty low to the ground, probably not going to make it. That's scary. Cool, fun. Promise of the premise. And then this one, it's a drink. I can't remember if that's an old-fashioned. Kind of looks like a Negroni, but I wouldn't put it in that glass. I don't know. Anyway, Dave. The point is there's one element here, and you start to notice this about other books in your genre. This is my genre, and so this is perfectly reflected, excuse me, in all of these. And then finally, sketch a rough layout based on your genre conventions and some of these strong composition principles. Okay? You can literally do this right now. You can just go and take your book covers that you like or book covers that are in your genre. And again, you don't have to do this in person on an actual board. You can do this on, Apple Notes or whatever you're using. There's apps for this. I think the one I used, Omni Plan, I think does something similar. There's some MindNode Pro does mind mapping. All of these allow you to just drag images onto a board and just drag them around, right? And that's a great way to get an at-a-glance view of all of these different covers all kind of next to each other. And so really, really important to do this before you start looking for a design or working with a designer or designing it yourself using Canva, Photoshop, whatever you're familiar with, because that's going to get you some clarity. What we're trying to do here is make something a little bit more objective rather than subjective, right? So a little bit more science rather than art. Only because we want to make sure that we're not going to lose the sale. The reader, the potential buyer is going to come along and go, cool, this wave of 100 book covers on this subgenre page that I like, this category that I like. I'm just looking for a book that seems interesting. And it can be challenging because you're up against 99 other people. You can throw out the ones that are way too unique or that they use their kids' illustration because the reader's not going to click on those. And then you're left with the 50 or so that are good covers in that genre, and then they're going to click through and go, oh, I've heard of this author, or I've seen this logo before, this brand makes sense, this looks professional, there's a cruise ship on the front, I like cruise ships, that might be kind of fun, click it. And then they're going to see the description, they're going to see the book package, they're going to see the ratings, the reviews, all of this kind of at a glance, maybe the editorial reviews or any kind of Amazon A+ content. They're going to see all that and go, okay, they're going to either say this matches what I expect, so I'll read it, I'll buy it, or this cover kind of led me astray. This isn't what was promised to me in the premise, right? So that's the goal of your book cover here, is to use some of these terms and things I've given you to see about doing some of this yourself, so that you can, again, either hand all this off to a designer and say, look, I've done some of the work for you. You're the expert in design, but I want this cover to feature a cruise ship with a lot of, some negative and visual hierarchy, use of negative space, all these fancy words. They'll understand what you're talking about. Again, you can do this yourself as well. I do want to just mention this real quick. We've been working on a platform that lets you do this exact thing. It's called bookcovers.com. And it's a pre-made marketplace. So artists can go on and upload their design. That would be this part back here. And then you go in and put in your title and your author name and whatever other text you want. It'll look a little different. We've been making this look real fancy and real nice for you. It's very easy to use. It's literally drag and drop. You click it and you can type in your text and kind of save it, upload it, and purchase the cover. And then you can redo that as many times as you want. So you go back to it if you change the title or whatever. It's your cover. It's unique. It's you're the only one that has it, and anyway, it's a great marketplace. Artists get paid, from it. So we pay out when you buy a cover. The artist gets paid for it, and we've got 60,000 of them and growing and counting. So this is a great marketplace for that. If you're looking for pre-made book covers, if you want to do and apply some of the things we've just talked about for the past 40 minutes, this is the place to go, because we've got all these covers in there. They're all organized by genre. They'll be tagged properly. And then, if there's something on there that you don't like, I don't like that it's kind of faceless. I'd love to see if you can put like a baby. I don't know. You can actually, modify it. Or you can request to have it modified. So it's usually like $50. You can go and say, hey, can you put this picture of a baby in his mask and kind of make it look like there's a baby in there. I don't know, whatever you want. Most of the time, because we work with exceptional designers, that request can be fulfilled. And if not, we'll just give your money back and say, I don't know, it's a little complicated. Or we'll say it's going to probably cost you $200 because we don't like putting babies in robot masks or whatever. I don't know. We won't say that. Anyway, so you find a cover you like, you customize it, plop your text on there, you purchase it, check out, you own it forever. It's yours outright, and you can come back to it as many times as you want and redo that cover. I kind of had myself covering up. There you go. Now you can see the full thing. Anyway, I hope that this helps. I hope this serves you. This was all about book cover composition, design, typography, all these elements that you probably have heard of before if you're not a designer, just an author. So I'm hoping to equip you, hoping that served you to go out and maybe not design the cover yourself. I do think there's a reason to have, a human professional designer going through some of these. Trust me, I've seen some covers you guys don't have any business designing. But I hope that you feel like you can actually go back and say, all right, I know what I need in my book cover now, and all this subjectivity I can throw out the window and say that I objectively need this. I need to make sure the typography is bold and the author name's up here and the book title's down here and whatever, because that's how everything in the genre that's how we're doing it right now. So again, I hope this serves you well. Thank you for your time being here with me. I will stop us here. If you have any questions, you can certainly reach out to me directly via email. Like I said, I'm with Drafted Digital. You can find me on the internet. I'm eminently findable. So there's probably numerous ways that you prefer to contact me. Feel free to reach out if you have questions or feedback or any kind of, if you need help with any of this stuff that we just talked about. Thanks so much. We'll talk soon. Bye.
Welcome to Galaxies and Kingdoms, where we're going to be talking about how to build vibrant and complex story worlds. My name is Candace Cade, and a little bit about me, I write young adult speculative fiction, so sci-fi, fantasy, dystopian novels, those are the things I love to write. I especially love the world-building element of storytelling, and that's what we're going to be talking about today. I frequently get asked by readers and writers, where do you come up with these story ideas? How do you start from scratch? How do you even begin to come up with a story world? And that's what we're going to be looking at. So we're going to start by talking about how do you get the creative juices flowing? Where do you get ideas? How do you start? Then we're going to talk about you're sitting at your table, you're ready to start writing. Are there worlds around story? Are there rules around story building? Are there any things that you should know before you get started? And then finally, we're going to get down into the details and really in the weeds. How do you bring your story to life by having realistic details included in your story world? All right, let's jump right in. Okay, so the first thing is ideas and inspiration. Where do you get these? And these can come from anywhere. And so I would encourage you, as I walk you through several tips and tricks that I've learned over the years, to just experiment and see what works for you because everyone's process is totally different. And even my own process has changed from book to book and over the years. You know, when I started to write my first fantasy novel, I was a teenager, I was living in China, and I got a lot of my inspiration in bits and pieces. My family took a road trip across China on some sleeper trains, and we followed the Silk Road, and we would stop and we would go to open air markets and visit museums and ride horses. And I had all this inspiration that I would write down in my notebook. And so, you know, I bought a dagger that had this inspiring story behind it, but I wasn't sure what. And so I wrote that down. You know, I went horseback riding through the mountains and I wrote that experience down. And eventually, at the end of 6 months, I had enough ideas that I dumped them all on the floor and I rearranged them into a plot and into a world that I could then take and sit down and start writing it. And so that was the process for my first ever fantasy novel. And when it comes to writing fantasy, I get inspiration by going camping, being outside in nature. I love going to history museums, reading biographies. There's so many things in our world today that can inspire fantasy novels. Now, sci-fi, on the other hand, has been a totally different process for me. So with fantasy, I started small with little bits and pieces of inspiration and writing them down. But with sci-fi, it was almost the complete opposite. So I was driving and listening to a podcast interview about CRISPR gene editing technology, and I couldn't stop thinking about it. What will our world look like 100 years down the world, 100 years down the road, if CRISPR and gene editing technology actually takes off? I think our world would look wild. I think it will be divided by those who have enough money to get incredible enhancements that are sort of like superpowers to those who were born naturally and don't have anything and are at a disadvantage. And what if someone who is born naturally is then adopted into the high society of the enhanced elite and has to hide the fact that she doesn't have any enhancements? What would that look like? What would that world look like? And that was the initial seed of an idea for my sci-fi series. And from there, it was backing into the rest of the world. You know, I wrote this novel when I was living in Beijing many, many years later, my sci-fi novel. And at the time, there were rumors of a social credit score being ruled out. And I couldn't stop thinking about, well, what would this world look like if there was a social credit score system? And what about AI? What would that look like? And so all these different technology trends that I was seeing and hearing about, those slowly got layered into my sci-fi series. And so for me, when it comes to getting inspiration for a sci-fi series, things like listening to the news, talking to experts in different STEM fields, even going to a planetarium and just sitting back and looking at the stars can all be inspiration. Now, you may not write specifically fantasy or sci-fi, but there's something that I do for any book that I write, and that is I keep a world building journal. So anytime I have an idea for something that's interesting, maybe I'm at a Lebanese restaurant and I notice a really interesting spice or dish that they have that I want to have something similar in my world. Or maybe I notice a really interesting particular piece of clothing that someone's wearing, or someone greets me in an interesting way. These are all inspirational ideas for future worlds that I build, but I'll forget about them if I don't write them down. And so I keep a journal for world building where I write all these ideas down. The second thing that can help, no matter what genre you write, is travel. I mentioned I grew up in China, and that was such an incredible experience because I got to spend half of my life in China, half of it in America. And witnessing the differences between Eastern and Western culture really enabled me to build these robust worlds because I had thought about what are different family values, what do different work ethics look like, what are different holidays that people celebrate, all these things that we take for granted. I was able to look at them and see what people do from different cultures. And I think that really helped shape my own world building and thinking through those things. But I recognize we can't all just travel. There's restraints, there's sometimes pandemics, there's all kinds of different things that may not enable us to travel. But even just taking a little road trip, going somewhere that you've never been before. Maybe it's a coffee shop, maybe it's a library. Exploring your own neighborhood can also give you inspiration. I recently moved from Texas to Oklahoma, and even there's some cultural differences that I've noticed. And I write those things down, and those can be the sort of details that bring to life a world down the road. So think about what are some places that you could travel to and visit that could be inspirational for your worlds. Okay, so we talked a little bit about some ways to get ideas and inspiration. You're ready to start writing your world. Where do you start? Are there any rules that you need to be thinking about? And I would say that there's just two. Everything else, you have total creative free reign, but there are two. And the first is that you need to stick to your own world's rules. So if you set up in book one that there's a magic system with 6 tiers, and then at the end of the series, you suddenly have 7 tiers, that doesn't work, right? Now, I know that that's pretty simplistic. We know we have to stick to the rules of our own world, but it gets complicated if you're writing a trilogy or a series. Those little details can get really hard to keep track of. And so I would recommend something called a story Bible, which is just a way of keeping track of all those details. It can be a note keeping app on your phone. It can be a Word document. It can be a separate file within Scrivener. It can look like whatever way you need it to look, but just keep track of those details. And this is something that I wish I had done a better job of for my sci-fi series. I had lots of little details going around who is in what gene pool, what person has what social credit score, and did it change over time. By the end of book 3, I spent a lot of time wasted going back to book 1 and tracking down those details. You do not want to do that to yourself. Save yourself some time. On book 1, when you're coming up with the world, write these details down and they will help you so much. The second rule that you have to think about is genre. Now, if you're writing an Andy Weir novel versus something like Cinder or Warcross, more near future light sci-fi, the reader's expectations are going to be very different, right? And both are totally fine. Readers love both of these novels. Some people want that hard sci-fi. They want to go into the weeds of the science and the math and the technology. Other people don't. They're just there for the adventure. And you need to set your readers' expectations very clear. This is hard sci-fi or this is not. If you're writing a historical retelling, you need to get those historical details accurate versus if you are writing purely something out of your imagination, a fantasy world, you have a lot more creative freedom. But you need to set those expectations and stick to them. So don't start off writing hard sci-fi and then midway through it becomes something else, right? So set those reader expectations and make sure that you are paying attention to genre. But otherwise, you're ready to go. There's lots of creative freedom when it comes to world building. All right. So, how do we bring our world to life? It's really the little details that make this important. When someone is picking up your book and reading it for the first time, you're asking them to suspend their disbelief on a lot of things, right? And so, what we want them to do is suspend their disbelief on the big things, on the dragons, on the gene editing, on the magic system. But we want everything else to be realistic so that we do not pull them out the story and so that we can lend more credibility to those big things that we want them to believe. Now, if your book has anything that is loosely based on reality, you need to research it and you need to get the details correct. If you're writing a jousting scene, you're a fantasy novelist, you need to know a little bit about horseback riding. Now, maybe you don't own horses, you've never been horseback riding, that's okay. But I would encourage you to find someone who is an expert in that and have them read through your chapters or ask them some questions. Make sure you're really doing your research so that when someone reads your book and reads those scenes and does know about horses, they know that you know what you're talking about and they don't catch anything that doesn't make sense. And this is extremely important because I've had this happen to me as a reader. One of my favorite novels I was reading, and it was set in a place that I had lived before. And I remember reading this line where the author said the temperature was extremely humid. And having lived there, I knew this is one of the driest places I had ever lived. And it immediately pulled me out of the story and made me realize, oh, the author doesn't know what they're talking about. And it kind of ruined the story a little bit for me. And you don't want to do that to your reader. You're spending all this time building these worlds, putting these words down on paper. The last thing you want to do is pull your reader out. So make sure that you are researching those details. And then lastly, we talked about keeping a journal of world building ideas, but also keep one of places. So anytime you go somewhere interesting, and again, this can be a new restaurant, the library, it can be anywhere, but keep a journal of the five senses. So just take a moment, pause, and write down, what are you feeling in that moment? What are you smelling? What do you hear? Write down the five senses, and that's going to help you so much when later you're writing a scene and you want to bring it to life, but you can't think, what would my protagonist be feeling right now? What would they be smelling? This is something I use all the time, and it really helps bring my scenes to life and lend that element of credibility. Even when I can't think of those details, having a document I can go back to is extremely helpful. Okay, so I've given you guys a couple of ideas of how to start world building, what things you need to consider when you're world building, as well as getting the little details right. But I wanted to leave you with this quote by Neil Gaiman. He says, "The world always seems brighter when you've just made something that wasn't there before." And that's ultimately our goal as storytellers. We want to make the reader's day just a little bit brighter by building this robust world that's going to pull them in and help them escape their current reality. So that is about up for time now. If you would like to connect with me, I love talking to readers and writers. I know I covered a lot of information very quickly. So if you would like to read a full document on how to world build more, I have a free QR code for you and you can download that. Also, I am on Instagram and Substack, and you can find me on CandiceCade.com. I would love to hear from you if you have any additional questions. All right. Well, thank you so much for your time and happy world building.
I'm indie author Amy Wolf, and I want to talk to you today about an exciting new avenue for us indies, and that is direct sales. Now, there was a time, if you're an old timer like me, you'll remember that Amazon was pretty much the only game in town, right? That was the online retail for us indies, and that was pretty much it. Then, of course, you had other retails coming online like B&N and Kobo and Drafted Digital, which is awesome because it puts you in all spaces. And now the hot button issue for us is direct sales. This is where you can make a lot of money, maybe even more than with the traditional retailers. Yes. So essentially, there are 4 pillars of direct sales that I'm going to talk about. One is having your own online web store. And coupled with that is offering a direct sale to your email list, to new folks who happen to come on. Okay. Number 2 is selling at cons. I've been doing that for 3 years. It's been very good for me. 3 is Substack, which is its own world. And then finally, I want to talk about the mother lode, and that is Kickstarter. That's actually been the most lucrative channel for me. So without further ado, I would like to go to my online store called Lone Wolf Press. Yes, you can probably get it. I've got a video happening. There it is, just a brief introduction. I've got a background of Mr. Dragon, and I am leading the reader to one of 3 avenues. What kind of fantasy do they like? And they have 3 choices, okay? Then this is my fabulous direct offer where you can get all the stuff for just $15. Yes, it's true. Okay. You'll see up here, I've got tabs for everything, all the different types of books. I just added audiobooks. What's great about having an online store, okay, as opposed to just selling through other platforms? Basically, you get all the money, okay, except I think there's a brief fee that is taken by Square when your viewers and customers essentially use their credit cards. So you get all the money. That's the good thing. Secondly, and this is beautiful, you can bundle. Here he's going, he's bundling. And this, unlike on Amazon, okay, you can offer whatever combination of your products that you feel like. Here, I got a paperback and an audio book. I got 2 books. I got ebooks. I got all sorts of groovy things. And, even different series mingled together. Yeah, just like here. And finally, she said, there's a hardbacks. Woo, I just added all my audio books because that is the thing. At cons, there are many people who come up to me asking about audio because they're dyslexic or they have vision issues. And so this is a wonderful avenue to explore for those people. So she said, I'm going to just dash right up to the very top of the page. And let's go to this guy. Here we go. Let's look at Amy's featured bundle. That's the product. But I want to actually go into the very crux of this. So we're going to go into Lone Wolf Press. So speaking of direct offers, which I believe we just were, I'm going to show you a sample of one which is in fact on my online store. So let me just backtrack for a moment. Who is it you're offering this to, or in fact all direct sales to? Well, except for cons, which are of course in person or hand-to-hand selling, we use our email list. So what I do is when I gather a substantial number of new peeps on my list, I immediately direct them to this 7-day only direct offer. So how do you augment your email list? Okay. Number 1, you can use a magnet on your author page. If I have time, I'll try to show you that. But primarily, I use something called book sweeps. They have promos all through the year in all genres. And at the end, you could end up with, say, 1,000 or 1,500 new emails that you can then present the direct offer to. So that is extremely valuable. Let's just take a look at my direct offer page again on my Lone Wolf Press website. There I am. That's me. Okay, we see that we have limited the offer creating urgency, right? some real reviews. It's very graphics heavy. And I keep presenting buttons so that the customer may buy. I am, in fact, giving away $56 worth of stuff for $15. Yes. So here I explain about the first book. I've got a lot of nice reviews. And at this point, I'm actually throwing in an old free paperback with old art to the first 20 comers. Okay. Here is everything. And again, I keep emphasizing the urgency, the discount, and the button. Yes, I want that. So again, it's very nice, and the money is all you, except again for the small fee that Square will take for processing credit cards. So I highly, highly recommend that. Number 2, let's talk about selling at cons. Yay! Don't really have a groovy graphic for this, but I will tell you that you want to start small. You don't want to start off, I'm going to San Diego Comic-Con and spending thousands of dollars for a table. No, I started off at a very small con, which was Lost Con in LA, and I worked my way up from there. Okay, now I'm doing Comic-Cons in my area, such as Emerald City and Rose City in both Seattle and Portland. They've been very, very good to me. Yes. So the deal is that I'm a spieler, okay? And that means I will scream at somebody across the aisle, hey, you with the antlers, you into dragons? So that's kind of how I roll. I spiel, therefore I am. I'll use stuffed animals. I'll work with props. I'll do whatever I have to do to get people's attentions. And sometimes they're receptive and you're able to make sales, especially of a whole series, which is a beautiful thing. And of course, I offer discounts. The more you buy, the more you save. Typically, I charge $20 for a signed paperback, $30 for a signed hardback. And people seem to be quite receptive. I use a Square reader to process credit cards, and it's instantaneous. Also, when you sell at a con, to those who buy, make sure you get their email and add it to your list. That is key. Okay? So the cons have been really good for me. I am an extrovert, can you tell? And I have no problem yelling at people to come see me. Hey, you dragon fans? Like I say, I'll work with props, puppets, anything that I can do. The one caveat about going to cons, and this applies to me because I'm in kind of a rural area. If the con is being held in a big city, you got to get there. For me, I only go to ones I can drive to. But the biggest cost, of course, is having to stay in a hotel near the con and paying for your food. Now, I make sandwiches for lunch every day. I don't eat breakfast, so it's just dinner. But, these costs can rack up. And I will tell you, I just had an experience, unfortunately, last month, not going to name it, but a con was very, very poor. It wasn't that there weren't attendees. It's just they weren't buying books. And all of us writers were really feeling the pain. So I lost money. In fact, I lost almost $1,000. So it's kind of hit or miss, right? All you got to do is try. Go to a con. If it doesn't work for you, don't return. Or like my big Comic Cons, oh yeah, I will go back every year. So again, you really have to, you can't just stand there. You got to be extroverted. You got to draw people to you. And I'm showing them how fun I am in person with the subtext that, my books are fun too. Okay. So that is cons, and not for the faint of heart, right? The next thing I wanted to talk about is Substack. Now, I will be very frank with you. I completely bombed on Substack, okay? The first thing I did wrong was a scattershot approach. I just talked about everything. I did film reviews and book reviews and talked about, classic fantasy and dragons and whatever else just popped into my mind. Well, that did not work. Then, even when I tried to really focus myself on dragons and doing things that I like, which is basically making fun little videos. Some of them were even animated with a talking me. But again, I failed to hit. And this is honestly my feeling. If you are a guru, okay, like a Russell Noelty, who is the king of direct sales, of course people are going to subscribe because they totally want to hear what you have to say. You are an expert. Your name is known. You've been around for many, many years. Those people with that nonfiction expertise, especially when you are essentially, selling to other writers, they want to know what's the best way to get sales. That is highly successful. And I know Russell makes a substantial income from Substack. Now, with us fiction writers, it's tougher. You have to really be able to provide something that people want enough to pay for. I personally could not find that magic formula as a fantasy writer. But if you have expertise, you can solve what in IT we call the pain point, then you have a really good chance of getting paying subscribers. And for many, it is a substantial income. Okay. So just because I couldn't make it doesn't mean that you can't if you have essentially what the people want. Okay. Now I want to talk about my mother lode, and that is Kickstarter. Yay. All right. So now I want to talk about the direct sales channel that has been the mother lode for me, and that is Kickstarter. I learned from the best. Again, it's Russell Noelty. He is my mentor and guru. He's the guy who, when COVID struck, said, I've made most of my money from cons. Now they're not being held. It's too dangerous. What do I do? He's the guy who pioneered selling books on Kickstarter. Okay. Now he started with comics, incredibly successful. Now he's segued to fiction. And again, he's incredibly successful. So we owe it all to him. And I have done 9 Kickstarters now. Each one has fully funded, usually like 300-400%, which is great. And I have also, most importantly, developed this cadre of super fans. In other words, people who really like my books. They did maybe the first Kickstarter, said, hey, she's cool. So they're on the lookout for me. And of course, they're on my email list. So they are notified of each campaign as it happens. I've done this over a number of years, and I just can't say enough about this platform. It is fabulous. If, of course, you can design your Kickstarter webpage in the correct way using best practices. So let me just show you that for a sec. Again, this is all Russell stuff. This is my fantasy noir, Too Much Tinsel. And we can see that it did fund. Okay, this is a little lower than my norm. I usually make about $2,500. So what do you need? You need this hero image, right? The main thing. Then you have to make a video. Again, I love this. Okay, but you do make a short video, make it no longer than 2 minutes. Hold up the finished book if you can to show, this really exists. This isn't vaporware. Okay. Then most importantly, here comes the story, right? I give a little preview of the first chapter, which they can read on BookFunnel. I offer US shipping on all books for free. Here's my guy, Errol the Dragon. Okay. Oh, looks like I did a lot of stretch goals here. Free audiobook and a free short story. Wow. I was definitely going. So here's the 3 questions. All right. Very, very important. And you're more than welcome to look at this page. Just essentially search for Amy Wolf on Kickstarter.com and you will see the best practices, how to put the page together. Here is the cover, which I love. One's a dame, one's a dragon. They're detectives. That is sort of an attention-getting logline. Now I describe the book. I talk about the world that it's set in. Again, with very, very bright graphics. I had a professional review done before I did the Kickstarter. And also, this is important. Who am I? Why the heck did I even bother to write this book? And in this case, I had worked for the Hollywood Film Studios for 15 years. That's why. Now, who the heck am I? This is literally me as a cat. And I can't tell you how accurate that really is. So I give a little spiel about, hey, who the heck am I? Okay, this is me. I'm an Amazon Kindle Scout winner. At this time, I have now won 7 BookFest awards for fantasy and mystery. I give the whole deal that I went to Clarion West and I have a degree in English and my whole studio background here to emphasize those lovely awards. Now, I go into the series characters, starting with the most important. There's my protag, Nikki. There she is. There's Errol, right? Here's the love interest, Bill the cop. Uh-oh, bad guy. And you can kind of tell this is Louis B. Mayer. All the stars in heaven. I then give a little deal about which pledge should my, backers choose. It's totally up to them, right? And I'm going to get into this in a moment. You'll note I do merch. Oh, heck, I do merch on all my books, all of this stuff. And again, they have sold pretty well. Also, this was the first time I was offering audiobooks. I was also offering kind of a bespoke gold foil edition of another book, which frankly didn't do too well. Now, these are all of the rewards. So let's go to the rewards page. You want to have all tiers. I start with $1 and I'll give them a map or something. Here comes the ebook for this book. Whoa, here comes a whole bundle of books because at this time I didn't have books 2 or 3 written, which I do now. Oh, look, it's all about audio, $15, not too bad. Here they come. Look at this. You can get this whole series with the book that I'm kickstarting now. Oh, you can get the paperback, on and on. You can, so let's just see. Here we go. Oh yeah, here we go. All the stuff. Of course, I do hardbacks. Now, here we go. This is important, okay? For $50, right, I will shout out to my backer, mention their name at the back of the new ebook. And they love this. I don't care if they want to be called, Devlin Twinkletoes. They can choose whatever name they want. But that $50 earns them that shout out. Here I've got bundles and bundles, just like I do on my webpage. And as we go down, this is an interesting thing. But first, let me go to Tuckerization. What is that? Hey, for $75, I will include you as a minor character in the book. And it's a lot of fun. It really is. And it definitely stretches your creativity to make this happen. But I do get a lot of these pledges. Now, I want to look at my payment plan. I stole this from someone else. I offer these 4 books in a payment plan, which takes place 3 payments, one before, one during, one after. So it's $83 3 times. And again, this has been very, very popular. So let's go to the swaggerific. Swag, yay, there it goes. Okay, and I've got a Hollywood Players package with all this merch, and I throw in, the paperback and actually sunglasses, right? Here comes the ultimate sleuth package. Very expensive, but, throw in as much stuff as I can, throw in a journal, throw in a paperback, whatever I can. So that is a very, very quick rundown of Kickstarter. Again, feel free to Google me, Kickstarter.com, Amy Wolf, and I think I've gotten better with time, so you might want to look at my latest one. I just did one for a bespoke gold foil slipcover of this book, and it did pretty well, considering this book was released not that long ago, okay? So again, Kickstarter's a beautiful thing. And essentially, this is how I roll in terms of Kickstarter. And this is all via Mr. Russell. Run your campaign for 17 days on a book, okay? And keep offering stuff throughout. Stretch goals. Oh, I made it to $1,000. You get a free whatever. Look, I made it to $2,000. You get a free audiobook. The freebies draw them in. And for the first 3 days of my Kickstarter, I offer 4 free fantasy ebooks. People love it. And I just go around and essentially solicit my fellow fantasy authors. I do the exact same thing for the first 3 days of the second week of the campaign, and that ignites interest. Is this all, you ask? Oh no, because every day of this 17-day campaign, I send an email, okay, to my fantasy email list. First, I tout the freebies, then I talk about the book. In fact, let me bring up a tab here and I'll attempt to share that. And this is Flowdesk, which is my email, my wonderful, wonderful email. I use this instead of MailChimp. Why? Because it's a whole lot cheaper. Yeah. And their workflow is excellent, I might add. All right. I'm going to make the attempt to log in. There it goes. Woo! Here we are. So I actually want to show you the emails that I send out during a campaign as part of my Flowdesk workflow. Here you see I can have as many different kinds of audiences as I so desire, but the workflows are extremely cool. So let's find one. Here's one. Let's just go and you will see the string of workflowed emails that Amy sends. This was actually first, in this case, this is sort of moving on, but why I'm excited about the book, meet Nikki. This is me. This is my universal trope. All of my books have to do usually with a woman who goes through a transformational journey to become something else, kind of like your old character arc, right? Now, this is me, Bobblehead Amy. I talk about LA, the setting. I talk about, again, the setting because it's set in the 40s. Oh, look, I'm presenting a goodie. I gave an audio file of the first chapter. Oh, look what's happening here. Uh-oh, you got to get those free ebooks. Yeah, there they go. Now, at the end, I become incessant, okay? I say it's going away in 3 days. Now it's 2 days. I give 10 reasons, a la David Letterman, why you should essentially back this book. Now I wait 10 hours at night. Time is getting short in a Dali-esque way. But wait, here comes the next 8 hours, 4 hours, 2 hours, and then it's over. Okay. And the subscribers will exit the workflow. Okay, so my first emails are about the freebies, and you can see the ads for the 4 free fantasy books, and you know, they're going away, don't miss this and other goodies, right? Especially the main product that I'm pushing for this Kickstarter, which was this book, Too Much Tinsel. So that's Kickstarter, and the last thing I wanted to say about it has to do with Backer Kit. When I first started, I really wasn't big enough for Backer Kit, but now I am. And what's the advantage? I'm not going to tell you that the ramp up is user-friendly and simple. It's not. I mean, I was writing to their support people like 5 times a day. How do I do this? How do I do that? But once you get into it, just like anything or any new software, you find you speed up and you know what to do. So what is Backer Kit? Right? They are essentially sort of an adjunct to Kickstarter. And on it, they allow you to send emails to all of your backers who have not yet pledged to this campaign. It's beautiful. That will cost $100 per campaign. Worth it? Absolutely. They will set up what they call a pre-order store, which can also be a post-order store with virtually all the rewards of your Kickstarter, which can be pledged for either before or if you select late pledges after. I've got late pledges going on right now. And so you collect money not only in Kickstarter, but also in Backer Kit store itself. And that will make up for that $100 pretty quickly. Okay. The other thing they do, which I love, is all of your digital awards, essentially ebooks and audiobooks. You can basically, you have a link to have it downloaded from wherever it sits, whether it be on BookFunnel, or in my case, I just put it in a shared place on Google Drive. So when I'm ready, I release the distribution and all of the reward tiers that are due to get that ebook, audiobook, or both, boom, those digital rewards are sent seamlessly to the backers. Oh, it saves a ton of work, okay? Also, it can basically create reports so you can see all your backers, what they ordered for fulfillment, because I do fulfillment myself. I am Easy Ship right here, okay? So that is really important. It's like, by customer, what the heck did they order? And you can check it off as you're going through that shipping process. The other thing is they send surveys for you. Yay! Because a lot of times you got to ask your backers a question. Hey, do you want an EPUB or a PDF for this book, for this ebook? What would your name like to be in the back of the ebook? What would you like the name of your Tuckerized character to be? What t-shirt size do you want? So there are a lot of questions, and you can customize each tier so that that survey, again, is seamlessly sent to the backer. They fill out the survey with their address if they're getting physical stuff, and you don't have to do a darn thing. Backer Kit also will send out reminders to the bad boys and girls who don't answer. So that is awesome. Backer Kit charges the credit cards of those who pledged in Backer Kit. So even though, again, the ramp up can be painful, and believe me, I felt the pain. As you get into it, become more expert, just like Kickstarter itself, you can do it like that. And it is so worth it, honestly. Backer Kit does take a small percentage, which it was like $33 for my last campaign. Kickstarter, PS, takes a percentage because they're not doing it out of the goodness of their heart. They will take 5% of your gross profits. Again, so worth it, right? So that, in a very quick nutshell, is the story of direct sales and its 4 main pillars, like the 7 pillars of wisdom. Highly recommend you check them out. Hey, not everyone's going to work for you, but all you can do is try, and it is a great way to augment sales. So thanks a lot for listening. This is Amy Wolf saying good luck.
Hey everybody, this is Beth A. Freely, author, editor, and owner of the Muses Funhouse, and I want to talk to you today about preparing your manuscript for developmental editing and how you can approach this process with confidence. Now, developmental editing, if I can say the word right, developmental editing is the deep dive into your manuscript. But here's where we're going to look at the core of your story. Now, this is the fun part for an editor because we really get to dive into what is going on with your book, what is going on with your manuscript, how your manuscript's laid out, how it reads, among other things, how it works and really gets to the core of the story. As an editor, we look at the plot, your character development, your setting, the pace of your story, and your narrative structure. And it's, developmental editing is also designed to look at how coherent your story is. Is your story engaging from start to finish? Um, are your characters' journeys believable and compelling? Is your pacing right? Or are you going too fast? Or are you going too slow? I mean, the only time we want a slow burn is when you're writing a romance novel. And then do your settings add to your narrative's depths? Now, as we look at the structure and the content of your books, remember this is always going to be your first major edit of your manuscript once you have finished that first draft. It's usually done before line and copy editing because as an editor, we don't really worry about some of the grammatical mistakes, when we're doing a developmental editing. Now, an editor like I, who does the whole nuts and bolts from start to finish, copy editing, line editing, and proofreading, I don't care if you send it to me with grammatical mistakes or not. But there are some editors out there that would prefer that, you give them the best version you can. And that's always a good idea. But anyway, when it comes to developmental editing, don't be scared of it. This is something that as an indie author, I've learned how to do. I was taught how to do it with my master's degree, and I learned how to do it and kind of cut my teeth on it with my own books, as well as books that I have edited for others. So even if you prefer to edit your own books, I know people say you shouldn't, but hey, it happens. This is a good idea and a good thing for you to follow if you're editing your own books, so that you can take a look at what you've got and what you need to fix. So when you prepare for developmental editing, again, whether you're doing it yourself or you are working with an editor, there are 5 things that you really should think about and look into doing, to prepare yourself both physically and mentally to bring your manuscript to life the best way you possibly can. The first thing to do is to take a break, get some feedback, outline your manuscript, and it's not the kind of outline you think it is. Identify the goals of your developmental editing, and then prepare yourself mentally for the feedback that you're going to get. Let's take a deeper dive into these 5 things, because these are very important to making sure your manuscript is ready for publication. Let's start with taking a break from your manuscript. Now, we all know that writing a book takes a lot of time and effort, and sometimes you just have to step away. Yes, this is your baby. Okay, as an author, I understand that all too well. And you want to sit there and you want to tweak and fix and do all that stuff, but you need to step away from your book, at least for a few days. This helps, give you a mental break from your story, and it also allows you to come back to it with a new perspective and fresh eyes. We all have experienced when we write and we go back and we read, we've all experienced our mind inserting words that could be missing. This is a really good reason why you should step back from your books for a day or two, if for no other reason than the story becoming fresh again to you. Plus, if you step away for a couple of days, when you come back, you'll be able to see structural issues and inconsistencies more clearly than if you had finished your book and jumped right into the editing either the same day or the next day. It's kind of a mind reset. So take that break, take as long as you need, and then jump back in. Gather feedback. Now, I know a lot of authors like to use beta readers and ARC readers, and there's nothing wrong with that. If you're going to use a beta reader, make sure you give them enough time to read your story. Whether you want to send it to them before you finish the story, send it to them in serial format, each chapter, or send it to them, right before you take that break for a few days. That's entirely up to you. But allowing a beta reader and even writing groups, if you're part of a writing group at the library, they're great for feedback. They can provide you with some valuable insight into what is strong and what is weak in your story. They'll be able to spot things that you didn't notice. They'll be able to give you suggestions that you didn't think of. Use them as that extra set of eyes and that extra set of imagination, because they could help you fix that one rough spot you had a hard time writing. Make sure you choose readers that are familiar with your genre. So if you're writing a sci-fi novel, get someone who also reads sci-fi novels to read your book. If you're a romance author, believe me, there's plenty of romance beta readers out there that would be interested in reading your book. Choose someone that's familiar with the genre. And one thing that I'm going to say is make sure you put a watermark on the manuscript that you send to your beta readers, just to be on the safe side. Once you come back to your story, I want you to outline your manuscript. I know this seems a little odd. Why am I outlining my manuscript after I write it? Well, it helps you break down the components of your story, your plot, your characters, your setting, your themes. It lets you create a roadmap so that you can use this roadmap during your developmental editing or to talk with your editor about as you are going through this process. It allows you to stay focused on the key elements of your story instead of kind of, sidetracking or maybe I should have taken the other fork in the road kind of mindset that we as authors can get into. This outline will help you identify any plot gaps, any character development things that you need to do, and to make sure that your themes are consistent all the way through your story. I know it sounds really odd to create a manuscript outlined this way, but try it. It really does help. I did it with a couple of my novels that I was having trouble with, and it really helped me find some gaps in the plot that I was able to quickly fix and move on. Now, developmental editing is also a good time for you to identify the goals of the editing that you want. Okay, goals. My goals is to write a story. I know that's what you're thinking. What this is that when you release that first edition, that first version of your story, that's basically your brain dump. You've brain dumped everything you want to tell everybody in the story. Then, after you've taken a day or two break, and if you've outlined your story and you have yourself a roadmap, you can sit down and go, okay, what do I want to do here? Do I want to make stronger characters? Do I need to edit my story for better pacing? Do I need to refine the themes of my story? By setting goals for your editing, it keeps you focused, it helps you prevent unnecessary rewrites, and it gives you something to discuss with your editor if you're using an editor for your book. You and your editor will be on the same track so that when your editor starts doing developmental editing for your book, they know as well what you're trying to achieve. They know that you're trying to build your characters and make them stronger. So as they're going through and doing their editing, they will look for places where you can strengthen your character. John Doe needs more detail here. What is he doing? How is he doing it? Why is he doing it? How does he feel like he's doing it? These are the kind of questions your editor can ask you or can put into their feedback if they know the goals that you're trying to accomplish with this developmental editing. Remember, your editor is your friend. I say that because I mean it. Once you've identified your goals and everything, then get prepared for the feedback that you're going to receive, both from your ARC readers and your beta readers, as well as from your editor. The hardest thing to do for anyone is to get feedback, especially if that feedback is extremely critical. You need to keep an open mind, and you need to make sure that you discuss your feedback with your editor professionally. And don't be afraid to stand up for your work. I cannot stress this more. I'll tell you a little story. As an author, I ran into an editor who tried to make me change my story to fit it into a little cookie cutter format. And by changing my story suddenly didn't work. It was about twin sisters, and we needed both sisters to be as prevalent in that story as possible. They were equal. You could say it was two female main characters. This editor wanted us to diminish the role of one of the characters, to diminish one of the roles of the sisters. And by doing that, the story no longer worked. My co-author and I, we stood up for our work because we knew that if we did what she asked, just to fit our book into a little cookie cutter format, it was going to ruin the story. 9 years later, we finally got the book published the way we wanted it because another editor came in and read it and said, "No, you're right. You need both characters here." Make sure that when you're going through the editing process to stand up for your work. As an author and an editor, I will tell you right now, I will always advocate for my authors. I will always support you. And unless it is a major critical plot hole in your story that I think you need to fix, I will never ask you to change your story to fit some sort of cookie cutter format. You have the right as an author to say no. Don't forget that. And hopefully you have an editor who's willing to discuss why you're saying no and really listen to what you as the author are saying. Now, if you're working with an editor, consider making a checklist to review with them when you start going through their feedback. And, before they start going through their feedback even. Because remember, we always want to send our books to our editors in the best possible condition that we possibly can. So here's a few things to think about. Make this checklist for yourself before you send it or before you even embark on your own developmental editing journey. And look for some of these things. Like, is your plot engaging and well-paced? Are there plot holes? Are there inconsistencies? Do your characters have clear motivations and goals? Are their relationships believable? Is your setting immersive? Is your dialogue natural? These are just a few of the things to sit down and look at when you're going through your manuscript and starting developmental editing. As you're working through your manuscript, or even as you're just thinking about questions, and remember, your goals and the roadmap that we talked about earlier, you'll come up with more things to look for as you are editing your manuscript. There are a variety of different things here, especially if you're doing world building or if you're creating cultures like we see so often in sci-fi novels. So keep an open mind, and no question's the wrong question. Put it on your list and double check it as you're going through. Developmental editing is really a rewarding process. And by preparing for it, you're setting some clear goals and you're embracing how you can transform your manuscript into a polished and compelling story. Don't be afraid to think outside of the box. And of course, don't be afraid to talk to your editor or even just a friend to get a second set of eyes on your book and look for some inconsistencies or things you can improve. I'm Beth A. Freely, author and editor, owner of the Muses Funhouse. I hope this conversation about developmental editing relieves your mind and prepares you to really get your book ready for publication and the best you could possibly be. Hope you have a wonderful day and enjoy the rest of the BookFest.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us today. We're here with Dale L. Roberts to talk to us a little bit about Amazon keywords. So Dale is a self-publishing advocate. I'm sure if you're involved with self-publishing at all, you've seen his YouTube channel. He's also an award-winning author with over 50 titles to his name. So congrats, Dale. That's a huge accomplishment. 50 titles. Yeah, I don't know how you do it.
I don't know either. Somebody should probably tell me to slow down.
Right? That's
It's not a
amazing,
contest, Dale.
Oh, absolutely. Well, let's start out for those that are just, maybe thinking about getting into self-publishing and don't have any idea what, Amazon keywords are or how they affect the listing and all that stuff. Yeah, you just want to explain a little bit of the basics of like what Amazon keywords are.
Keywords, I always tell people, it's the bridge that connects your book with your ideal readers. Ideally, you want to say the right sequence of words that would signify a search of your content from the reader. So for instance, if you're putting out exercise books, it's very important that we go, okay, who are we trying to reach? Because there are a ton of exercise books out there. And let's be honest, not all exercise is going to fit everybody's needs. Is it exercise for women over 55? Or is it exercise for teens? Or is it exercises for athletes? There's so many ways we can break this down, but just understanding keywords is the thing that just brings your ideal reader over to your publication.
Cool. So so you have the keywords that you can actually input into your listing for your book. But then from my understanding too, there's also keywords that Amazon just generates kind of willy-nilly, shall we say, based on your copy, your descriptive copy, and possibly even like the interior copy of your book.
Right. A lot of people, and let's walk this back just a little bit. We have those 7 back-end keywords when we're uploading to Kindle Direct Publishing. Any of our books, be it ebooks or print books, we have 7 back-end keywords. We can have up to 50 characters per slot. Now, a lot of people think that that's where it lives and dies. Like, people think that that's the only spot that you can be able to capitalize on getting search engine optimization. That's what it's called. When you're getting keywords, you're trying to optimize your listing so you're more discoverable through search engines, more importantly, Amazon's. So in any event, with the keywords in the 7 backend, it doesn't just stop there. What Amazon does is they look and they say, okay, what's the title? What's the subtitle? Are there any relevant indicators or keywords in this instance for this conversation that would bring more people to the party? More people to come buy this particular product. Because believe it or not, Amazon wants you to win, because when you win, they win. Then they also look at category selection, because within categories, you have other books that match yours. Therefore, there's going to be a readership that's continually wanting to come back for that information or for that particular type of content, be it fiction, of course. As an example, let's just say I choose a category for romantasy. We'll just say, when I select that category right there, it's going to place me alongside other books that are similar to it. And because those books are similar to it within that category, there's keywords that are going to be associated with those ones that are going to kind of spill over, because they're going to go, oh, well, if this works for these guys, it probably works for these guys. So this is where category selection is absolutely paramount, and a lot of people shouldn't take this too lightly. It is just as important as selecting the proper keywords, because if you choose the wrong category, you're going to place your book in the wrong virtual bookshelf, and Amazon's going to serve your audience, serve your book out to an audience that may not like that. So let me give you a good example, and you're going to crack up at this one here, Dave, that there are some, like, for instance, I've seen some romance books out. And this has been a while, okay, because the category system's a lot tighter these days. They had selected, it was like a romance book it was like a doctor was the protagonist in it or something like that. And they put it into a nonfiction category for doctors. And I'm like, oh, no. If you can't go into a library, I want you to pretend like you're going into a library and you're putting your book onto a shelf. If you can't put that book onto the shelf and see it matching the other titles, it's the wrong category. And so you're going to train the Amazon algorithms. That's this very complex mathematical formula that gets it to where Amazon can kind of predict what customers are going to look for next and try to match them up with the ideal experience i.e., buying more stuff from them. So this is why choosing the right categories makes a whole world of a difference. And within the last year or two, they've really cracked down on abuse of categories. Sometimes we refer to it as quote unquote category squatting, where you're putting your book into the wrong category for the purposes of trying to put yourself into a #1 bestseller spot, or in some instances, accidentally. So I'd love to give the romance writers a pass. Chances are very likely they meant well, but it does not qualify for nonfiction.
So,
So-
no underwater basket weaving to get first place.
Yes.
No.
You must have heard me speak before, because underwater basket weaving for dolphins it just does not belong over in things like romance, for that matter. So it's understanding that category placement that makes a huge difference. And you're right. After a while, what ends up happening is sales is going to be that proof of concept, that digital trust that you place within Amazon, which it's called relevance, to be honest with you. More that you sell your book, the more emphasis and weight it will place on a given keyword attached to that book. And of course, the more that it starts to get bought, it's going to see all the other products that were bought that were similar to that. And it's going to start to bring in even more of these keywords that could match up for this one. You will find, and I knew that we would end up, stumbling on this at one point or another. There's a Publisher Rocket, great tool, fantastic tool. It does come at a higher premium, but I'm telling you, it is so worth it if you just take your time to use the reverse ASIN search tool. And what it does is it takes the Amazon Standard Identification Number, although otherwise known as ASIN. It will take that, boom, you slip it in for a book, let's say a super popular book. When you put it in there, it's going to do a reverse search of all of the keywords that are potentially linked to this particular publication. So if you put in Rebecca Yaros publication into there, you're probably going to get like a rain of keywords that are just going to come on down, because there's been a ton of products being bought in association with that particular one. So it's a very interesting aspect when you're talking about keywords, where they can live and where they can die. But it is really no one specific part that it's going to stay. 7 back-end keywords, fantastic. Category selection, great. Title, subtitle, and sometimes series name. You put the keywords in there, but you can also organically work them within your description. And I've seen so many times where people refer to saying like, well, that does not get indexed, meaning it's not placed within the search engine algorithm of any relevance. But actually, there's a word cloud that's associated with those descriptions. So there's still power in that. And also, I'm going to stack on top of that one right there, is it's also customer validation. When you're putting keywords within your description organically, meaning that you're not forcing it in there. You should be able to read it, and it doesn't read like AI put it together. No offense to AI, I'm not punching down on it, but let's just be honest, sometimes it's a bit stilted. And so in any event, you don't want to just force these keywords into your description. But having the keywords in your description does help validate customer search, because let's just say, for instance, they're looking up underwater basket weaving for dolphins. It pops up your publication, and then they go and they read the description. Oh my gosh, underwater basket weaving for dolphins. This is exactly the thing I'm looking for. It says so inside my book description here. So that right there makes a huge difference. Now, there's other nooks and crannies that we can slip keywords into, but I feel like I'll dominate the next 30 minutes just talking about that alone.
Yeah. Well, since you brought up too, Publisher Rocket, maybe let's dive in a little bit to like where you start out in developing your keyword or keyword phrase list. And just so everybody knows too, when we say keywords, we're not just saying singular words. We're actually talking about mostly phrases that have specific words in them. But yeah, like where do you start out in your process? I mean, once you decide on the book title and the book that you've written, like where do you go from there?
Well, you nailed it. That's a very good point. I'm glad you brought it up, that keywords aren't specifically just a singular word by itself. They can be, but typically you're going to find more. It bears more fruit the longer the phrase gets. So this means that you're starting to niche down and identify a specific pain point of a particular customer. So sure, again, you could do exercise books, or if you were to do exercise books for women over 55, there you go. You're getting real solid on that one. You're identifying a specific pain point and drilling further down. Now, when I'm doing my publications, I typically will do all the research in advance. Now, will I go real granular on the keywords? No, probably not. I'll just have a general idea. I want to know what my audience is when I start to put pen to paper. And when I'm all set and I'm getting ready to do my keyword research, the main thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to brain dump all of the topics that I've covered in some capacity within my publication. Or in the instance of fiction, it would be all of the tropes, all the settings, all of the character types, all that type of stuff. So we're just going to just write it down. And when I say brain dump, get yourself easily like a dozen to 24 different keywords, just enough to seed yourself out for additional keywords that you're going to find. Now, this is where I will start to look for proof of concept. Now, let's just take Publisher Rocket and put it on the shelf right now. It is the cheat sheet, and not everybody has the $200 to spend to get the lifetime software. So I completely understand that. It's where I started at. So I want to kind of walk everybody back. The very first thing you're going to want to do is visit the Amazon Marketplace in a browser through incognito mode. Now, if you're in Chrome, all you have to do is press Control-Shift-N as a new, and it'll open up incognito mode. Now, as far as the other browsers, I'm sorry, you're going to have to Google it. You'll figure that one out. But you go into the Amazon Marketplace and drop down into either the Kindle store or books for the categories. And then you're going to start to type in one of your keywords that you wrote down. Just start to type it in. Do not press enter. In fact, just type in the first word and allow Amazon to auto-suggest some particular keyword phrases that customers are already looking for. And what you're going to do is start to write those keywords down that are relevant to your particular publication. If it's not relevant, or if you're looking at it and you're going, I'm not really sure. If you're not sure, it's not relevant. Just toss it on out, because there's so many keywords that you can be able to search up. Now, when you have an even deeper list at this point, now it's time to go through and sift, because not all keywords are as valuable as each other, and keywords value and relevance trends over time. It depends a lot on sales, popularity, things like that. So you're going to take this list and you're going to now go in incognito mode. And by the way, I kind of got way ahead of myself here, Dave. I forgot to tell you why incognito is important. It's because if you look at it in a regular browser, Amazon's going to give you keywords based on your search history and based on your buy patterns or what you've purchased in the past with Amazon. We don't want tainted evidence. We want what the general population can get. So that's why we go into incognito mode.
So make sure they don't log in as well then. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. You don't want to log into the Amazon Marketplace. You want to just use it, like I said, regular in incognito mode. And then when you find a particular keyword, you've put your list together. Now it's time to go ahead and search those keywords. And if you find your stump, by the way, here's a little trick here for you, Dave. You start to seed out those keywords or whatever. Let's say you don't have enough. Use the alphabet. So do one word A, one word B. You just cycle through those and you're going to find some really good gems. Now, we've got our big list. Now we're going to go ahead and take our time and go through and search these particular keywords. The very first thing I'm going to look for is product volume. How many products are associated with this particular keyword? You'll see this in the top left-hand corner. It'll typically say 1 to 16 of 200 or even like 200,000. Just depends on those. So what I really try to look for is like how many products are associated with this keyword, because if there's a ton of products, chances are very likely it might be very competitive. So I'll typically kind of be a little bit more lay off from it. But I want to also pay attention to what books are coming up for this. Are these books related to mine? And also number of reviews and the rank. The rank is going to be a big deal here because I want to make sure it's good. Now, there's a tool out. It is called Kip Scout. It's put out by a company called Dibbly Create. It's a Chrome browser extension, 100% free. Like literally you have nothing to lose on this one. You can even set up a free Dibbly Create account for that. You don't need to have a pro account for this. And what Kip Scout is going to do is when you go onto that page, let Kip Scout get to work. Boom, hit it. And what it's going to do is it's going to populate the entire list of books that are on that first page search, and it's going to tell you their ranks. It's going to tell you the number of reviews. It's going to tell you all this pertinent details. What we're going to want to do is look at a good average of an Amazon bestseller rank. From this point on, I'm going to call it the ABSR. This ranking system is determined about based on sales. So obviously, the more sales you have, the closer you are to the number one spot. The fewer sales that you have, well, the higher your number is going to be in the ABSR. So we want to see something that's proof of concept. When we're putting our keywords in, I want to make sure that there are people actually buying products actively through this particular keyword. But I also want to make sure it's not so stinking competitive that I have no edge. So what I typically try to find is an average of about 10,000 ABSR to 100,000 ABSR. This roughly equates to about 1 to 12 sales per day, which I think is 100% achievable for just about most any author. This depends on a good marketing plan and promotion, all that type of stuff. So anybody that's just trying to grab keywords and just expect to sell books, I'm sorry, guys, keywords don't sell books. All right. What sells books is a good quality cover, great book description, great price point, and of course, reviews. You need that social proof. So when you go through with Kip Scout, you'll be able to see those ranks. It makes things a little easier. Some people probably like, well, can't I just do it without? Sure, you could. You could probably just click on every single product detail page. You got to scroll down partway down the page, look at it. Okay, great. Write that down and go back. Just use Kip Scout. It's going to save you a lot of time. There was another plugin, and for some reason you're just reluctant to use Kip Scout. It's called DS Amazon Quick View. I always used the free one before. It accomplishes the same thing essentially. So if you wanted to get the upgraded version, I think it's like $20 for lifetime access or something like that for DS Amazon Quick View. I don't know. I never upgraded, but having the upgraded option allows you to look at all the Amazon marketplaces rather than just one particular region. So that is how I find those keywords that are of, proof of concept. Now we can save all that time. It sounds like feel like we're going into a late night infomercial. If we can go ahead. That's not all. Let's go get Publisher Rocket. Publisher Rocket would be the thing that will save you a ton of time. So if we were to just remove all the incognito stuff, all that stuff, we go back to just doing that seeded list that I initially talked about. I literally can just pop that stuff into Publisher Rocket, and it's going to give me all that information in one dashboard. I can export it into a file that I can go ahead and organize and sift through. So easy. It'll literally save you hours of time, because the process I just shared with you, you're going to spend at least 2 to 3 hours. With Rocket, probably an hour. If you go beyond an hour, chances are very likely you're probably hitting your head against the wall, and you might want to get a couple of your peers to come in and look at your keywords and give you some suggestions.
Cool. How do you feel about putting other authors' names or book series in keyword phrases?
Definitely avoid that. That is a big no-no according to the Amazon's terms and conditions. They do not want you to put anything that is not yours, that's not your intellectual property, and that is not your name. However, that's just in the 7 backend keywords. It's okay, from what I understand, that you can put it in your description. So let's just say fans of Stephen King's It is going to love this horror tale about clowns and, kittens. So sometimes that helps in lending a little bit of credibility to the author, and it gets it to where it gives the potential reader some context, especially if you're an unheard of person. Like you say Stephen King, okay, I know what he's talking about. Oh, It, okay, now we go, okay, yeah, clowns and kittens, count me in. That sounds like a lot of fun right there. Although I'm not sure now. I'm going to walk that back. My editor will probably kill me for saying something like this, but any event, putting in the description, fine. Now, there's also the one where a lot of people get very confused when they're using Amazon advertising to promote their books. They think they can't use author names or author books within there, but you can put that in there. It is 100% ethical. And in fact, a lot of those authors are probably running ads on your books at the very same time. So it is fine to put in those particular keywords in an Amazon advertising campaign, 100% okay. And they even encourage it through Amazon advertising certification courses. So you're going to be fine there. But as far as your 7 backend keywords, don't do it. As far as your title and subtitle, if you get permission from that author and you have written permission, you are legally allowed to use that, then great. If not, don't do it. So for instance, Dave, it was a nightmare for me to get permission back in 2020 to use the name Amazon on my books for the Amazon Self-Publisher series. Oh my gosh. Let me tell you how much work that took. And it just wasn't worth it, because honestly, Amazon wasn't the one that was drawing in the readers. I was the one bringing in and selling the book. So lesson learned on that one. The big thing about this one was, when I did get permission for this, I was cut off from video advertising through Amazon advertising platform, because according to their terms and conditions, you can't use the Amazon trademark name at all in your ads ever. And there was no negotiating. They're like, yeah, we might have given you permission, but we didn't give you permission to do video. No.
Oh my Lord. That's horrible. Well, what about, do they have other policies when it comes to back-end keywords, like those 7 keywords? Are there other things that, like, you big no-nos besides that?
Yeah, there's huge big no-nos. You want to avoid using Amazon's name, of course. You don't want to use anything that is underneath the Amazon name. So that means Amazon, that is Kindle Direct Publishing, that's Kindle Unlimited, that's KDP Select. Don't put it in there. The other one is the 4-letter F word, free. I'm sure a lot of people's brains were going in another direction, but free is a bad word, because what it does is it brings in an overwhelming amount of search volume back to the reader and such. And even though, let's say, for instance, you might have a book that is permanently free, that you've got an ebook that you put onto the marketplace just to give out, kind of like a way to bring in people, like a Costco sample. They don't want you to put that inside your keywords. They do not. Now, there are exceptions to the rule. There are exceptions. So, for instance, a good friend of mine put out books about gluten-free living, and he needed to put the F in there. Like, he had no choice.
Like that. Yeah.
Like, that's what my book is about. And here's the funny thing is, they put his book to draft, and they messaged him, said, hey, look, you can't use free. Sorry, I can't do it. And he's like, but that's what the content is about. So if you happen to have free associated with the particular book that you're putting out, and it's not a price thing, or it's relevant to something beyond the price of the ebook, then you should be fine, but just expect a little bit of pushback. But Amazon trademark, author names, anything that's a title that is, somebody else's intellectual property, those are just off limits. There are other ones that are shades of gray. So for instance, you can't say subjective things like best book ever, or the greatest book ever written about ebooks, Yeah. The other thing is, they don't like to have product descriptors put in there. So for instance, if you've got a keyword for your ebook, they feel it's redundant for you to say ebook or ebooks inside your 7 backend keywords. Because naturally, when people are searching for this and it's being brought up to them, it's going to be brought up to them because it's already categorized underneath ebooks. So that's their thought, is that's redundant. Don't use that. But those are kind of, the subjective claims, as well as, any of that type of stuff. It's kind of that gray area. There's been times where they have slapped people on the wrist and go, don't do that. And then other times, most of the time, they just don't say anything. Best book ever. Great. Yeah, we don't agree. We did tell you not to use something like that, but they also didn't threaten to ban you. The big thing is, though, don't put keywords that inaccurately describe the content in which you're publishing. That's a big deal right there. They don't want you putting in, you might find the most, the least competitive and most in-demand keyword there is. If it does not relate to your book, I don't care how much money you think you're going to make. It is just, you are literally just, you're getting yourself into hot water is what you're doing. So find keywords that accurately represent your publication, in the same way that you're going to find categories that accurately, place your book in the right digital bookshelf.
Right, because ultimately they're looking for keywords that are going to actually convert to sales, not make people angry for finding products that are unrelated to what they're actually looking for.
Yep. Yeah. Bingo. Exactly. Yeah. You don't want to be putting your Dr. Romance story into, nonfiction books. It just doesn't make sense.
Medical exam studying. Yeah. Right. What about genre related? Is that kind of a waste to put genre related keywords in your backend keywords, just because you're already picking your genres and the categories?
Yeah, you would be redundant if you were to use the same exact keywords that are used within a category, what I'm going to call a browse path And I'll say some of these nerd words and let me break it down for you. Browse path is how Amazon's category system works, where it's kind of like a tiered system. It'll start at the top layer. That'll start with a product. The product could probably be the Kindle store. And then it breaks down into a category. And then it breaks down into a subcategory. And then it breaks down into what's called placement, which is the very lowest category possible. It's easier to hit #1 bestseller status in that placement. And that's what a lot of authors shoot for. Obviously, everybody wants to shoot for the top, being the #1 product and all of that. But, it becomes easier as you go down this particular browse path. So I'm sorry, I lost a little bit of my train of thought here. So we were talking about categories.
Yeah, no, we're just talking about genres. Like, is it redundant to basically put the genre, like, romance for women over 50 in a keyword versus, okay.
So for something like the categories, if you've already got your book placed within a specific category, in theory, it would be redundant to use any of those keyword descriptors that are within that browse path. Because again, remember how I mentioned, ebooks, it's redundant if you put it inside your 7 keyword slots because you're already inside a category that's with ebooks.
Yeah.
So it's still redundant as you go down that particular browse path if there's a specific string of words or a keyword phrase within that category to put it in there. Now, should you not do it? Is there something against the law in doing it? No. If you feel like, you know what, Dale, I can't find any keywords to save my life. This one's a great one. I did the research. It pulls in a right amount of search volume. Like, I love this. This is fantastic. Go with it. Because sometimes intuition is going to guide you really well, but I would really recommend that you make a note to yourself that, yes, you have a redundant keyword because something else might come along in the next month to 2 months and you go, Eureka, that's it. I can fill in this slot. Take that one out, boom, throw it on in there. So if it's a placeholder, it's great. Just make sure you put a note to yourself to go back and fix that later. And which, by the way, this, goes perfectly into like, how often should you change your keywords? First of all,
I was going to ask you that. I was like, so should you, and how often should you?
I saw it in your eyes. I saw it in your eyes. I just knew it was the next progression of things. What I would recommend is at least 30 days. Allow 30 days for Amazon to serve your book out to the audience and such. Now, here's the thing is, don't just sit back and expect them to serve it out. Okay. You need to show proof of concept, meaning that you're going to need to actively market and promote your book because that's going to drive up sales and therefore it's going to build relevance with Amazon and they're going to be a little bit more likely to serve your book out to the audience. So 30 days. Okay. Don't go like every other day. It's just going to drive you insane. And if your book is selling like gangbusters and you're happy with it, don't touch those keywords. Leave them alone. I don't care how messed up they are. I don't care if you were violating that last rule of saying like, redundant category placement right there inside your keywords. Don't do it. Leave it alone. Don't touch it. All right. But I would say at least every year, go through and audit them. And this is where I always try to back up all of my keywords for a publication. In fact, I actually have something I called my metadata sheet that I make available to people. And it's 100% free. I made it available through Google Docs. It's at dalelinks.com/metadata. Download that thing. And then part of the sections include ebook keywords, print book keywords, and I actually spread out the print book keywords between paperback and hardback. So that way you can mix it up if you want to have different keywords to experiment with each of the publications. And put a reminder to yourself inside your calendar. Another year from now, just audit your keywords. Go back, do your research, or if you've got Rocket, you can also do your research through that and take your time and see if, okay, this keyword's not as performing as well. This makes sense because my sales have been declining over the past several months. So maybe if I go ahead and pull this keyword out and try a new one here, it'll be able to get better results. But I would say, 30 days at the soonest, because if you're trying to do it every day or every week or every 2 weeks, it's just not enough time for Amazon to serve that out to enough customers. And especially if you're in a very niche category of some sort. And again, underwater basket weaving, that's our go-to thing right now. We'll go to Werebear Shapeshifter this time around. Werebear Shapeshifter Romance. So,
oh my Lord, I'll have to look that one up, see if there is anything.
it is a niche. Don't get me
hilarious.
started on ABDL. That's adult baby diaper lover. So that's a different type of it's big. It's big. There's a market for it.
Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. Well, thank you for joining us, Dale. I appreciate it. It sounds like we're going to need to get you back too to maybe talk about keywords in relation to doing Amazon advertising as well, because I know that's in a completely different animal.
Yeah.
But yeah, absolutely. And for those of you out there, Dale's link is in the description, so you can go check out his author or his speaker page, and also his award-winning BookFest book, Self-Publishing for New Authors. So if you're looking at self-publishing, or if you're already in self-publishing and you want to learn more, and also highly recommend Dale's YouTube channel. With really easy, it's just his name, Dale L. Roberts on YouTube. Go check it out. Fantastic channel. Appreciate all you're doing for the community, Dale.
Thank you, Dave. I appreciate it.
Hello, I'm Mary Vensel White, an author, teacher, editor, and publisher at Type 18 Books, which was founded in 2023. As an author, my first novel was published 13 years ago, and I've published 3 since then. I've had experience with a big 5 publisher and a small press, and part of my motivation for Type 18 was to do my latest book my way. So why an indie press? Not only for your own work, but what are the pros and cons for authors in choosing this publishing route? That's our topic for today. First, a brief overview of your publishing choices once you've finished writing a book. And congratulations, by the way. In some ways, our current publishing landscape is really exciting with lots of choices for authors. And in other ways, it's like the Wild West out there, right? Sometimes it can seem confusing when you're trying to decide what's best for you and your book. Self-publishing is, of course, when you do everything yourself. You handle the editing and the production of the book, find a cover designer and formatter, and learn how to not only get the book up and running on distribution channels like Amazon, but also how to make sure that readers can find and buy it. And that's the hard part, isn't it? Because thousands of books are published every day, and most don't sell many copies. But some people do very well with self-publishing if they're willing to put in the steady time and effort. A sort of middle road in your Wild West of options would be hybrid publishing. This is when you find a company who will handle all the preparation of the manuscript for the market, editing, production, distribution, for a fee. Hybrid publishers vary greatly, and when we get into the discussion later about questions you should ask an indie publisher, a lot of those questions will apply to any publisher you contract with, traditional or hybrid. The hybrid option might be a good choice for some writers who don't have the time or desire to learn how to publish a book. You still have to learn how to sell it, though, because most hybrid publishers don't have much to do with that. Your third option is traditional publishing. This, for many, is the dream, or at least some version of it, right? You land an agent. That agent gets a bidding war started among several editors at big publishing houses in New York. And then you cash in on a deal that lets you do a nice book tour and meet Jenna Bush. You probably already know that this scenario is rare. And we're talking about those powerhouse publishers like Penguin Random House and Simon & Schuster. You have other traditional publishing options, and those are your independent presses. In any traditional publishing model, you pay nothing out of pocket. The publisher may or may not give you an advance, and they will handle all the costs related to the editing, production, and distribution of your book. Again, marketing efforts and funds vary. And even with a big publisher, you should expect that some of the marketing will be your responsibility, if not most of it. So independent publishers, also known as indie presses or small presses, these are publishing houses that operate independently. That is, they're not attached to any large corporations or interests. Often independent publishing houses are run by groups or individuals who are very passionate about books. And sometimes they prioritize a community approach and or have a mission statement about what type of books they'd like to bring into the world. So that's our first topic in the pros column. An indie publisher may have a focus or niche, and they may be open to books that don't fit nicely into a mainstream publisher's list. So if you've written something that defies genre or isn't the size, shape, or method of traditional books, you may be able to find a small press who has published something similar and shares your sensibilities. One of the things that appealed to me about becoming a publisher was the ability to really cultivate a collection of books that all share literary sensibilities. For me, that means books with an attention to craft that also tell a great story that stays with readers. So if you choose to approach a small publisher, make sure you look over a list of their books and see whether your book might fit in there. Independent publishers are often very approachable for writers. Many have open submissions or advertised submission windows. Some do only take agented work, but many let you submit on your own without an agent. So this brings me to another pro. If your book is accepted, working with a small press often allows for a more personal and direct relationship with the publisher. That was actually another of my big goals for my small press, to have a transparent partnership with authors and to hopefully give them a fantastic publishing experience. I wanted to be honest with any authors I sign about what our budget allows and what we won't be able to pay for. Beware of any publisher who promises you the moon and stars. And if you're interacting with a smaller company, you should have the capability to ask questions. Along with that possible personal connection you might have with an indie publisher comes more creative freedom over the finished product, your book. When I published 2 novels with a small press, I was able to have discussions about the cover art and the interior formatting. In both cases, I was able to see early proofs and offer input. When my first novel was published by HarperCollins, they basically sent a cover and said, here it is. And now, to be fair, maybe I could have had some input, but I did like it, and I didn't feel confident enough at that point to question anything. But realistically, your opinion won't be considered as much with a big publisher. A closer connection with an indie publisher might also allow you to be involved in aspects like deciding on a marketing strategy, planning book events, and other ways to get the word out about your book. Another pro in the indie publisher column is the speed of the process. Publishing in any case is a marathon and not a sprint. With a big publisher, you could be looking at 2 or even 3 years from the moment you sign a contract to the moment you sign a book at your launch. So indie publishers pretty much have shorter timelines. With fewer books to publish, they can get the work that needs to be done completed more quickly and often give you a publication date that you can start planning for right away. After being in business for 2 years now, we have learned that there are reasons to set a date a ways out in the future. It takes time to get everything done correctly, not only the editing process and getting the book together, but some of the early promotion and outreach needs time. Early reviewers, planning around the downtimes, like the winter holidays and the summer months. So all of this has led us to extend our publishing times a bit, but we're still much faster than a bigger publisher. Small presses can also offer a larger percentage of book sales to authors. An increased royalty scale is definitely something I wanted to integrate into my vision for our press. We also have a direct store for book purchases, and everyone benefits from higher royalties on direct sales. And of course, if you've contracted on your own with an indie publisher, you're not giving a percentage to an agent or anyone else. In recent years, indie publishers really have grown in number and influence. In fact, these smaller presses make up a large portion of the publishing industry now. So with that growth, bookstores, libraries, and readers are more willing to consider our books. We've come a long way, and many indie publishers have cleared a path through that wilderness of publishing to find wide and loyal readerships, critical successes, and great opportunities for their writers. The last pro I'll talk about with indie publishing is distribution and market reach. And interestingly enough, that will lead us into a nice discussion of the cons, and I'll explain. Indie publishers have the ability to access distribution channels to reach a wider audience. A distributor takes books from a publisher and sells to wholesalers and retailers, bookstores and libraries. They provide customer service, shipping, and marketing for small presses. And having this type of support can be a game changer. This possibility puts indie publishers ahead of self-publishing. Self-publishers handle their own distribution and don't really have other options available. However, as promised, this leads us into the first con, I suppose, about publishing with an indie, which also aligns to what is probably the biggest pro of going with a big 5 publisher, if you can. The big 5s have a lot of power and clout and well-established wide channels for your books. They have reach, and they can get your books into places it takes more effort for self and indie published books to get into. In fact, when I tried to think of, the cons associated with publishing with an indie press, it's usually how that experience can compare to another type of publishing. For example, you'd have more control, ultimate control, actually, over the finished product of your book if you self-publish. So I suppose that could be a con for using a small publisher. But as mentioned, there's a broad range of all publishers, traditional and hybrid. So maybe it's best to discuss a list of questions you should ask any publisher, including an indie press, before you agree to partner with them. First, you'll want to ask about their time frame. When do they need a final version of the manuscript from you? What is the pub date? Or when will you know the pub date? Second, and this is an important one, what is their editing process? One of the downsides I've had with each of my books was that I felt the novels could have used a more thorough editing process. You'll want to know how the publisher's process works for editing and what you can expect. And what is the time frame for that? Third, you'll want to ask about the nuts and bolts of the book, the production, and how involved you can be. Will you have a say on the cover? What about the interior formatting? Will you have a chance to look at a formatted version before the pub date? When can you expect proofs? Things like that. Fourth, I would definitely ask a prospective publisher about their promotion and marketing plan for the book. That's a big one. What do they do for all of their books? And what do they plan to do uniquely for yours? What's their vision for getting this book in front of readers? And will you have a contact, someone you can email or discuss promotional opportunities with? Does this press set a marketing budget? They have a marketing budget in mind for the book. How long do they promote their books after publication? Fifth, the last advice I'll give you today is to be thorough and thoughtful with any decisions you make about your book. There are a lot of other considerations and things that you can ask about the specific royalty structure, how adaptation rights are handled, how author copies are handled, and much more. And all of this should be clearly delineated in the contract. So read your contracts carefully and do not be afraid to ask as many questions as you'd like. Any publisher who acts cagey about contract questions is not someone that you want to partner with. You may even get an outside opinion, such as from a lawyer or someone at an author's guild. So take care of your hard-won book and explore all the options available to you. And if you'd like to get in touch with me, you can reach me through the contact form on type18books.com. Thanks for listening, and I look forward to seeing all of your books on bookshelves soon.
Welcome, everyone, to Website Wizardry and Social Media Sorcery. My name is Denise Molinex. I'm the founder of Geek Girl Publishing. We are designed as a small business to help authors kind of get yourself off the ground, whether it's with social media or your websites. And this is just a little bit about me. We've been around for a good decade or so, helping authors, from new to established authors, helping them get out there and get on the road. That's the hardest part of being an author, and we all kind of know that. Me being an author myself, I understand that. So let's get going. So the first thing about websites is, there's essentials, right? We want to make sure that your website has a clear homepage, right? You want to showcase your latest books and bio. You want to add purchase links and also your social media. That's super important, right? Because nobody wants to go searching for your Instagram handle or your TikTok handle. We want to make sure that it's a clear page, right? We don't want it to be super cluttered, and we don't want it to have tons of things on there. So usually we want to go with your latest book, maybe a little bio about yourself, maybe a link to your social media, maybe a blog, right? Talking about your wins, your successes, maybe fails. Those are the types of things that you want to add to your homepage, right? To make it nice and clear. So no clutter. The second is adding a book page. Now, why is that important? Well, if you're wanting to sell books, not on just social media itself, but you want to sell it physically on a static page, then you definitely need to give your readers or potential customers a chance to actually see the book, the cover, maybe a little about section about the book, a blurb, any reviews that you currently have, purchase links, right? If you have more than one, place that you sell your books, like Amazon, etc., then you definitely want to add those there, so you give a chance to all your potential customers to purchase from that. And of course, an email sign up. An email sign up should be on, you can put it on your homepage, you can put it on every page, you decide where you want to put it. But we do recommend it does, stay on the homepage and maybe follow you to other pages as well. And you can offer a free chapter or an exclusive content in your emails. There are several companies out there that do a really good job and that are fairly easy to use, like MailerLite, MailChimp, and some others. So definitely take a look at those as well. The other, obviously, is going to be your contact page or a media kit. It simplifies the outreach for, possible interviews or events that people want to get you to come to. And obviously gives you a chance to hear from your readers as well, just not on social media. Maybe they want to write you an email letting you know how they love the book. So those are kind of the basics with websites. So the next portion we're going to get into is the social media sorcery of it all. I know it can be heavily complicated for a lot of authors trying to decide where you start off with on social media, right? And that's not an easy subject for a lot of authors. So my advice is, finding your platform, knowing the platforms as they are and what they kind of do. Now, if we kind of look at, say, Instagram, it's perfect really for visuals, like fantasy romance. It's really there for, shots of your writing book, of you writing books, maybe a mood board, maybe some fan art that people have put together, or maybe you've put together. It's really there to kind of share your information. And I do, a lot of authors really like Instagram because it's really easy to use. It's one app that you can upload your video, you can upload your images to, or maybe a couple of images to, and kind of share that both in stories and in posts or in video. So that makes it a little easier for authors to use. Now, there are other places like TikTok where you can leverage what we call book talk now, that's been very popularized, where, book lovers come together and they talk about the books they love. Maybe you can leverage that, use that hashtag, talk about your wins, talk about, maybe you're creating a shelf tour of, where you write inspiring, potential readers and showing them who you are and giving them a little piece of yourself. And that's up to you really solely as an author, what you want to share. I always say, go with what you're comfortable with, right? You're not obligated to share everything out there with everyone. So I definitely will say, share with what you're comfortable. And especially with social media, choose the platform that you feel you're going to be comfortable with, right? Maybe you want to start off on Instagram and maybe move later on to something like TikTok. There's also X, or what was formerly known as Twitter. There are still a lot of writing communities on Twitter. They definitely use the hashtag writing community for sprints, or, you can share quotes, share a little bit about, what's going on with your books. You can also promote your books there as well. A lot of people tend to move off a little bit of X currently, but that's a decision that you have to make as an author and decide where you feel comfortable as. There's also Pinterest. Pinterest is kind of a growing platform where authors have seen ways to, create boards for characters, or you maybe put together a list of images of potential people they would love to cast if their book was made into a movie. It's great for research as well. Sometimes you want to find images that will inspire you while you're writing. So maybe Pinterest might be the place for you. Pinterest does allow video, and they do allow links. So it's, again, another place that you might want to consider. So those are kind of knowing some of your platforms. Now, there are other social media platforms out there. There's Threads now. There's a whole bunch of different other ones as well. So definitely do your research and see where you feel comfortable. Try it out. See if it's something that you are okay with going forward with, and give yourself time to learn it. Social media can change anywhere from 6 months to a year. So definitely take your time, do your research, and find where you're comfortable. Next is the content strategy. So what are you going to post, right? I made some examples earlier about what you can post, and it's really called an 80-20, or I love to call 80-20 alchemy. So 20% of promotion is really there for you to share your cover reveals for your books, pre-orders, maybe announce an event that you're going to currently be at. And that's where you're going to kind of save that 20% for. The other 40% is really going to be more behind the scenes, right? Again, this is all about what you feel comfortable sharing as an author. So maybe a draft snippet, research fails, workspace tours, where you write, where you get your inspiration. And it doesn't have to be limited to just your workspace. Maybe it's a place that inspires you that you want to share. So I definitely say, take a look at that. Make some ideas from that. You can, put it in a list and decide what you feel comfortable sharing, and make a list out of that and make some, small content from that. There's also the other side of things, really, of getting engagement from your followers or potential people that are going to read your books, like engagement polls. Should I kill that particular character? Maybe it's a question and answer where you're answering questions from people that have read the book. Maybe it's a shout out to some of the fans that have left you reviews or have been really adamant about the book itself. So definitely that's where you're going to really play with the content here. Now, there are other ways, there's other ideas out there. You can do some research. Again, whatever makes you feel comfortable. But I would definitely follow this kind of strategy of 20% promotion, because you don't want to sell all the time. If you sell all the time, you're going to sound like a salesman. You're just looking to sell your book. And yes, we're all looking to sell our book out there and gain that popularity, but you have to do it in a way that's not overwhelming to the consumer, right? Because it takes a person time to digest everything that they get, whether it's a video, an image, maybe, whatever it may be. It does take a person time to think about it and say, I'm kind of interested in that. Maybe I'll come back to that. Maybe I'll save that post and then purchase from you later, right? So you want to give them that chance without overwhelming them with that same content all the time. Some other growth tactics, kind of like I call it the collaboration cauldron. So this is things that you can do, whether on Instagram, on TikTok, or just online in general, right? Using hashtags. Some of the things you can do are partner what we call micro influencers. These are people that have about 1,000 to 10,000 followers, for them to maybe talk about your book, or maybe they interview you about your book. It's a good way to meet the community that you are in, whether it be another writer, maybe it's maybe another author. I've seen other authors do that with each other. They'll interview each other because they maybe that one author has a bigger following and they're willing to help you out in that sense. So it's definitely a good way to like really get involved in your community, really engage with the current community that you have, and maybe look into partnering with other people out there and seeing if they're willing to help out. There are programs like on TikTok that do help you reach what they call affiliates or influencers. So definitely take a look into that. They have their own set of rules for that. TikTok is also good for, doing duets with fellow authors or fellow content out there that you feel comfortable sharing, right? If somebody's talking about, a fellow author on TikTok is talking about their writing journey and they're asking other authors what their writing journey was like, you can duet that particular video and talk about your experience. Or maybe it's someone talking about the books that they read and you join in and talk about the books that you've read or inspired you, or you can create a video of you doing it yourself. These are things that I definitely recommend. Do your research, look at what other authors are doing that have a good following and try to mimic that, because it's super helpful. And you always want to be yourself, right? Never try to be anyone else, be yourself. I always find that videos tend to hit better when people are authentic and they're honest about who they are. And then there's also hashtags, right? Hashtags are a way to reach specific communities. For example, for those who like cozy mystery, you can use cozy mystery, or those who like romance, there's the romance hashtag. There's also, subgenres of romance and mystery. So you can find those hashtags online, especially something like Space Opera Sunday. So you can find different hashtags by Googling, looking at popular hashtags. There are apps out there that help you do your research. Google's great as well. So you can, do some research and say top 20 romance hashtags to use, maybe base it on what you're currently writing. But that'll help you kind of make that research and move forward. And you don't want to go crazy with the hashtags on your content. Be sure to use about 8 to 12. Don't go any higher than that. It tends to make it a little too cluttery and it doesn't look good in the content itself. Avoiding the pitfalls, and I love calling it the anti-curse shield. So some things that you want to avoid, especially auto DMing your links, books. It's kind of door-to-door sales. No one really does it anymore. I've seen a couple of authors still do it, and for some reason, it irks me a little bit because I'm already on your page. I'm interested in your content, and then you're just immediately trying to sell me your book. Again, let your reader digest the content that you have, and they're more likely probably to buy from you once they get to know you. So, and then of course, track your engagement, not the number of your followers. I know in this world, follower numbers mean a lot of things, but you can look at bigger content providers that have like huge amounts of followers, and you tend to see not a lot of engagement sometimes, especially on like pages like Facebook or Instagram. So be wary of that sort of stuff. Really be there for the comments. If someone comments on your post, comment back, thank them. Like their post. Be engaged in the conversation that you're creating on your, especially because it's your online presence, it's your brand. This is how you're representing yourself as an author. That's super important, right? And then of course, as always, because no one has a lot of time to promote their work. Schedule wisely, right? Use tools like Buffer, Later, there's Meta Business Suite, and there's others that'll help you schedule your content to make it easier for yourself. And you can create content, create yourself a little calendar. Maybe create 10 pieces of content that you know that you're going to use throughout the week. Post 2 to 3 times a week. Don't overwhelm yourself in the beginning trying to be like everybody else and posting constant contact out there, because it's not going to do you any favors. You want to take it slow, and you don't want to burn yourself out either. So definitely think about ways to, get yourself a calendar online, whether you use an Excel spreadsheet to create your content, Google Sheets, whatever it may be. And then, of course, plan out your content, post 2 to 3 times a week to start, and then you can build yourself up as you feel comfortable. That way you don't get overwhelmed or burnt out doing that. And then, of course, some tools to fuel your quest. So there are programs out there like Canva to help you design Instagram stories, Pinterest pins, Facebook content, you name it. Canva does it all these days. They even do video now. So definitely look into that. Canva does have a free version. They also have a paid version. And, so definitely look into the different versions there and see what it all depends on your budget, right? And then, of course, there are places like BookFunnel or Story Origin that kind of help you distribute reader magnets securely. So that way, the person that you're distributing that book to is going to either leave you a review or join your mailing list, whatever you may choose going forward. And then, of course, there's, just like Buffer and Later, Meta Business Suite has its way to schedule to both Facebook and Instagram. It's free to use. It's free to create a business page on Facebook. It's free to create Instagram. So that may be a way for you to start to gain a following and get people to like you. So definitely think of that as well. But you still can use other tools. Again, it's all about what you feel comfortable using and learning from, right? Everything is a process, so give yourself that time. So some key takeaways from all of this, because it's a lot of information within the time frame here, so I want to try to make it a little easier. So website anchors, right? Your website is the anchor to your brand, right? So you want to make sure that your front page is your website. That's the face of your brand. Then you want to make sure that it has a clear homepage. It has a books page. It has a way for your followers to interact with you, whether it be social media or an email sign up for your mailing list, and also a contact page. There's also, look at ways to amplify your reach through social media. First, find that social media that works for you. Find that platform, do your research, do your content research, then decide to schedule it out and use a tool like Canva to create your content. Then always prioritize your readers, right? Go where your readers are the most active. Do your research. I sound like a broken record, but it is what it is, right? You have to do your research, talk to others that write in your same genre and say, where are you finding your readers? Oh, you're finding them on Instagram? Great. Then try Instagram. Do your research always and talk to people, because the best way you're going to learn about something is to also open yourself up to the writing community. Writing can be, it could be lonely sometimes. So make sure that you open up to others, learn about the process out there, learn about tools, and don't be afraid to ask questions. And then, of course, authentic interaction, right? I kind of mentioned this before with social media. Balance your promotion with genuine engagement, right? Be honest, be yourself. Don't try to be anybody else when it comes to social media. If you have something that works for you, whether it's humor while you're writing, whether it's, writing good pieces of content that make people inspired to read your stuff, then do that. Always be yourself. The better you are at being yourself, the better you're going to showcase to others online. So that's my piece of advice, and I've been doing this for a very long time. So I find that being honest and kind to others, especially on social media, is the way to go. So I want to thank you all for taking the time with me and joining me today on this short course, but I appreciate your patience, and you can find me online. My website's geekgirlpublishing.net.
Cameron Sutter. I created Plotter, which is software that helps you to visualize the threads of your story as they weave together and to make an organized series Bible. Today, I'm introducing a new tool that we've created called StorySnap. StorySnap is AI assisted, and it takes the magic of Plotter's system combined with the power of an AI's LLM, large language model, to create a story Bible so organized that you might just swear when you see this. Literally, the last person I showed said, "Holy beep, Batman, that's a game changer. It's incredible." Now, I had to beep him out. That wasn't what he said. Now, so this is mostly for editors, but we thought we'd share it with you, our fellow authors today, because we think it's really useful for you too. So let me show you how it's going to, how it works. So right here's the website, storysnap.ai, and it's super easy to use, and that's one of the points here. So let me show you how easy this is to use. You just upload your manuscript, and to do that, you click New Upload here, and I've got the Count of Monte Cristo here. And so this is a Word document. You can either upload a Word document or a PDF, and you just drop it here and you click upload. And that's all you do. It's super simple. And a few minutes later, you'll have a Plotter file or a Word document that is a really organized book Bible. Now, we did this because we're not trying to lock you into Plotter. You can get the same thing in a Word document. It's really organized and looks great, but we think that when you see how StorySnap puts it into Plotter, it's really going to blow your mind. So let me show you that. So this is The Great Gatsby that StorySnap created and put it into Plotter. And if you're familiar with Plotter, you know you've got your chapters across the top there and your different plot lines and character arcs down the side. And what StorySnap does is it gives a really detailed summary of each one of these chapters. And it's not just a one-line summary. It's very, very detailed. And then it does that for each one of the main characters. Very detailed summary about what that character does in the chapter, what it means to that character, and what dialogues they've had and things like that. And for each one of the characters throughout the whole thing, you can see their emotional journey. Here's Daisy's emotional turmoil and conflict. And of course, this is AI, right? It still has the AI-isms, and it's repetitive. Almost all of them end with, in summary, Daisy Buchanan's experience in this chapter, blah, blah, blah. So there's still AI. You can still tell it's made with an AI. But it's really detailed and really powerful. And before I show you what else it pulls out of your story, let me just show you the Word format of this. So when you get the Word document from StorySnap, this is what it looks like. So we've got the outline just like you see here behind this document in Plotter. Chapter 1, here's the main plot, and then here's Nick, and then there's Daisy. So it's the same things, but in Word, and it uses Word's outline format over here. So we've got also the characters, and I'll show more of this in Plotter here in a minute, but so all the characters and all the places, and you can jump between chapters really easily. So it's the same thing in Word. We're not trying to lock you into Plotter, but it's really powerful in Plotter, and it stays really organized in Plotter. So like I was saying, or like I was showing you before, here's the characters. And so it goes through tons of detail from each character, and it pulls specific things from the novel. So here's physical characteristics. Jay Gatsby is described as a young man in his early 30s with a tan skin that appears well-groomed and polished. That's directly from the novel. His psychological characteristics, backstory motives, tons of stuff. And here's some things that we didn't specifically prompt for: his tragic flaw and what he symbolizes. So I think that's really cool. And it does that for all your characters. So main characters, supporting characters, and it organizes those for you and just goes through every character that you could find in the story. Even there's one that I like to point out, the elevator boy, the doctor, the waitress. It pulls out every character, because those side characters may become main characters in other books. So it's really valuable to have this book Bible with all the characters. It does the same thing for your places. And it goes, this is what blew me away when I saw this the first time. It just really gets all your places everywhere they go in the story, just tons and tons that you probably wouldn't even think of. And it doesn't just describe the place. It tells you more than that. So look at this one. Tom and Daisy's house is described as a cheerful red and white Georgian colonial mansion. That's directly from the story. But then it also talks about the emotional significance of this place. It represents both the allure of wealth and the emptiness that often accompanies it. The house is a symbol of the American dream. It's like really, really detailed and just really powerful for you to pull out important little nuggets that you may have missed from your own writing. So then lastly here we've got the notes. And this pulls out like the themes of the story. And of course this is AI. It doesn't, it's not a human, but it does its best it can at pulling out what the themes of the story are. And it talks about the time period and the world and how it's different than our world. And this is really story specific, because if you're in a fantasy, it'll pull out magic systems, planets, environments. If you're in a sci-fi, it'll pull out technologies. And in any story, it'll pull out cultures and different organizations or religions, magical items, whatever is specific to your story, it'll pull out those specific things. One of my stories that I wrote, it's got this magic system and it described it way better than in way more detail than I even could. So I was really impressed by that. And then the other thing that we can do is what we call add-ons, which are very customizable prompts that you can ask it to do. And one of our favorites here is called the roast. And so this will just roast the story for you. And if you're the writer, it's a little bit painful maybe to read, but it's kind of fun and it's funny. And so it roasts the story. And that's just one of them. Let me show you a few others here. So we've got one here. This is The Haunting of Hill House, another public domain book. And so we have this flagged problems add-on, and it gives you problems for each one of the chapters, or potential problems, right? And let me show you in the outline version here. So this is chapter 1, and here's some character inconsistencies that are pulled out, plot holes, grammar and style, atmospheric inconsistency, and character relationships. And again, this is AI. It says the interactions between these two characters are lacking depth. Okay, this is chapter 1. Obviously, they're going to lack depth. They need to be developed more throughout the story. So these are just potential problems that you as a person, you're going to have to look at these and use your own creativity to say, is this really a problem? If you're seeing those same problems maybe in chapter 8, 10, 20, then maybe, yeah. But in chapter 1, you just have to take it with a grain of salt. But it could pull out some things that you might not notice, like grammar and style issues, if you repeat things too much, that kind of thing. So potential plot holes. So that one's really interesting. And we've got a bunch of them in the marketplace here. Especially these, I like these marketing ones. So somebody came up with this book club questions where it'll generate 20 questions that you can hand to a book club if they're talking about your book. It can also write your book blurb, an Amazon description, Amazon categories. And again, this is AI. These are just rough drafts. You're going to have to edit them. I got the one here for The Haunting of Hill House. Here's the blurb that it wrote. And here's the Amazon description and so forth. And so you'll have to look at this and see if it actually is good and if it's actually going to be useful for you. But a lot of writers struggle with this, and just seeing that blank page of an Amazon description, oh man, what do I write? And so giving you a rough draft that's pulled from your story can really give you an advantage in doing this. And so it's really helpful for you sometimes. So one last thing I want to show you here is that in the dashboard here, it's showing you how many hours we think we've saved you. So that would have taken 50 hours because we asked it 757 prompts to get all the detail. And it went through almost 10 million tokens to do Dracula. And so it's really powerful, really detailed, really organized for you. And normally this is $100 per book. Like I said, that's targeted for editors. But here at BookFest, we're going to give away 20 of these upload credits. And I think they're doing a raffle or something like that. But you can win one of these upload credits and try out StorySnap for yourself. And we're also going to be giving a really great discount for our authors here at BookFest. So thanks for taking a couple minutes with me so that I could show you StorySnap. And I think it's really going to help your process and just give you a really detailed, really comprehensive book Bible. So thank you. Bye.
Here with David Katz. He is from the Kauai Writers Conference. And I gotta say, congratulations, David, for having such an amazing event. Went for my first time last year in November, and how incredibly wonderful. Your very impeccable Writers Conference is really like nothing else. How about if you tell us, because now I'm excited, what's in store for folks this year?
Well, thanks, Desiree. I want to say, first of all, thank you for being part of it. We now consider you part of the Kauai Writers Conference family. You've really brought a lot of wonderful perspective to the event, and we're so glad that you're coming back this year.
Oh, I love it. And it was really cool too because there are so many book festers, people that were part of the book fest. I saw their books, award-winning books on the table. And it was just, it has this spirit of community. And I think that's what I love the most about writers' conferences, but yours in particular, everybody was instant family. Can you talk, like, how do you do that? How do you make it so that people just feel connected and feel like they're all part of the same tribe?
Well, we really want that to happen, but how we make it happen, I don't exactly know. I would attribute a lot of it to the fact that it's on a beach on Kauai. we're located in the Royal Sonesta Kauai Resort, which is one of the prettiest resorts on arguably one of the most beautiful islands in the world. So people come there and right away, they're blown away by how lovely the setting is. And at the same time, it's very informal. If anybody showed up wearing a jacket and tie, I think they might be kicked out.
Yeah.
Generally, t-shirts and shorts are, the normal attire. And you have, the most distinguished publishers, literary agents, and certainly authors from New York and all over the country, all over the world, really, who come and who are accustomed to much more formal gatherings. Here they come, and just immediately the atmosphere, the beauty of the place just makes everybody instinctively kind of let their hair down and be casual and be informal and be open to making friends and to having really candid and truthful and open conversations with people, some of whom they just met, some of whom may be their long-term colleagues who they're happy to get to know in this beautiful setting. So something about the magic of Kauai infuses the whole event with a happy and friendly feeling.
I can attest to that. You definitely have that creative vibe going on. You had the luau. It was this close, David, to feeling like I was on vacation because, as you point out, you're there with these experts, these authors, these luminaries. And if you're doing the master classes, there's so much to learn. Do you want to share some of the authors and some of the folks that you have in store for people this time around?
Sure. Well, let's take a look at our website because there you will see them all displayed much better than I can off the top of my head do it. Let's see, can I scroll if I do it like this?
You should be able to. Yeah.
Is it scrolling now?
There you go. Yep, you're
Okay, good.
scrolling.
Well, there you see Billy Collins,
Oh, yeah.
Poet Laureate of the United States, Meg Wolitzer, Christina Baker Klein. But scrolling down through the faculty, see, each year we aim to have about half brand new faculty and half returning faculty. And it's a challenge because about 100% of the faculty want to come back every year. They have such a good time. So we have to tell them, well, it's not you. We loved what you did, but we have to keep varying it. So we do that. So here at the top of the website, you'll see some of the people who are new this year. And before I tell you about them individually, I'll tell you about the criteria for selecting the faculty. We're very specific about it. We want people who are both excellent writers and excellent teachers. And those two things very often do not go together, right? Mm-hmm. Writing is a solitary occupation. It in no way does it necessarily make someone a good verbal communicator, a good teacher. But among writers, there are some who are also excellent teachers. And those are the ones that we invite, only those. So each one of these people, you may be familiar with all of their writing. They're some of the most distinguished writers, some of the most best-selling writers in the United States these days. So here we have, I'll just go through them briefly. There's not time to describe them, but Curtis Sittenfeld, I'm sure you all know her. When I hover over them on our website, you'll see one of their latest books. Janelle Brown, Ariel Lohan, Stephen Rowley, a really brilliant and funny guy, Rebecca Mackay, Liz Moore, Janine Cummins, who got fame and notoriety by writing American Dirt. Joshua Moore, I'd say he's one of the less famous but most skillful teachers among our faculty. Jean Kwok, a brilliant teacher, wonderful writer. Everybody wants to be in her class. We've only announced opened this event for registration about 3 weeks ago, and her class is already more than half full. Sadiqa Johnson, lovely writer, lovely person. Christina Baker Klein has been on our faculty since the beginning. Meg Wolitzer, terrific, great writer. Paula McLean, John Searles, Priya Parmar, Lynn Liao Butler, Laura Lentz, Danielle Trusoni, Patty Callahan Henry, Ollie Hazelwood. So, it would take up the whole time if I gave you even a brief introduction of all of them. But take a look at the website yourself, scroll through it. When you click on any one of their names, you'll see them described, you'll see their books, you'll see a link to their website where you can go and learn more about them. So this is a great way to really see what could be in store for you there. Poetry, we have Tim Siebels. We have a film and TV section. Jim Burke won the Oscar for Best Picture for producing Green Book. He also nominated for the Oscar for The Descendants. David Kirkpatrick, former president of Paramount Pictures. And then literary agents. We have a whole roster of carefully selected literary agents. These are people who are influential, successful, very accomplished, have brought to publication many dozens and generally hundreds of books. And the criteria for them is that we don't want people who are just coming because they want to come to Hawaii. We want agents who are actively looking for new clients. So each one of these people offer one-on-one sessions where you can pitch your work to them, and they hope that you will meet their very high bars and that they'll be able to take you on as clients. Then we have a number of wonderful publishing professionals. Jen Dilling of Riverhead Books, Kevin Larimer, the editor-in-chief of Poets and Writers, Lisa Sharkey, senior vice president of HarperCollins, Heidi Pittler, the long-term editor of The Best American Short Stories, Tom Colgan, who is editorial director of Penguin, Jenny Shu of Atria Books.
Excellent. Yeah, David, you really do have such a great faculty. And to your point, you do bring in fresh blood every year. So that's always appreciated. I'm curious, having done this for 10 plus years, you're going into your 11th year now. Many, or maybe how many isn't the right question, but have you seen a lot of success stories, a lot of authors that have perfected their craft, gotten a book deal, gotten an agent, go on from here to succeed in different ways?
Oh my gosh, so many. And that's really our highest goal, is to help people to do that. Last year, we had an event that was for returning attendees who had been helped significantly by the past Kauai Writers Conference that they attended and now had a published book. So, very specific, who we invited to present at that. And there were more than 25 of them. And that's just the ones who showed up this year. There are many others who attended in the past who were helped to publish books. And helped includes both, they found their agent there, they attended a master class and developed a lasting relationship with the teacher of the class that helped them in very meaningful ways to make their book worthy of being published.
When you do many virtual sessions as well, so if people are registered, and to your point, many of the sessions are already booking up. So if people register sooner rather than later, are they also able to take part in other virtual activities?
Well, that's a separate thing. We have what we call Kauai Writers Conference online. Every Sunday, we have a session lasting about an hour and a half. by one of our faculty, either current faculty or past faculty. And they cover all aspects of the craft and the business of writing.
Excellent. And I'm going to ask that we do an edit there for Dave. I'm so sorry, Dave. David, just I think I got a little bit confused on who's able to do that. No, and David, to your point, a lot of folks should probably register sooner rather than later because a lot of the sessions are filling up. And then you also, don't you offer Sunday virtual classes as well, ancillary to everything you're doing with the Writers Conference?
Yes, we do. And that's a separate thing from the in-person event. Every Sunday throughout the whole year, we offer a session of about an hour and a half with one of our faculty, covering all different aspects of the craft of writing and the business of writing. It really boils down to two things that people want. They want to learn to write better, and they want to get published. And we're here to help with both of those things.
And David Katz, you do an amazing job of that. Yes, continue, my friend.
Thank you. Thank you. It's a separate thing, and you can sign up for it on our website.
Absolutely. And to find your website, so you do have a virtual booth. So folks can go to the BookFest website and find the Kauai Writers Conference virtual booth, and it links right through. Plus, in the chat, we're putting links there so people can grab it right away as they're watching this. And there's also going to be a special surprise inside the virtual gift bag that's going out at the very end of the BookFest. So folks, make sure you're signed up to get the virtual gift bag. All you have to do is be a BookFester, and you can watch to get a special discount of 20% off of the Kauai Writers Conference. David Katz, thank you so much for everything that you do for writers, and thank you for joining us and being a part of the BookFest.
Thanks, Desiree. I'm really happy to be here.
All right. Aloha, my friend.
Aloha.